should be good. I did have to take a minute and make sure that everything else was tuned up and that we were set over here. Howdy. Hello. Hi, everybody. I'm sorry I'm late. I came home from a work meeting. I'm like, I need to take a nap. And then I took a nap. And then I took a nap. So that's why we're late. Normally, like on Discord, I try to send out notice of these kinds of things, but quite literally, I didn't wake up until maybe 20 minutes before I started streaming. In the literal sense of physically I was awake earlier, but I don't think I was actually literally conscious of the things I was doing until a second ago. But we're here now. Thank you, Stubby, for the happy jam day. It's jam day. It's jam day. I'm very excited. I've been waiting for this character to maybe show up in Guilty Gear Strive for like a hot minute, and she's here. And I'm very happy about that. There are a lot of changes that I have to adjust to, and it's going to be kind of like a lot to take in. But I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to walking through this with y'all and letting y'all know what's what. So, that said, before we get down to it, I do want to go over patch notes, because that is important. With the Alex update for Street Fighter 6, I forgot to do that. I do not want to forget to do that this time. So we're going to make sure that we take the time and do that now. We're going to go over the patch notes, talk about what's what, and kind of go from there. And yeah, if you're lurking or otherwise just chilling out, that's also good too. We are happy to have you here. There we go. That should be a little bit less overpowering now. Alright. So, a couple other things that mostly came up. You can customize your plates. Some other things have been adjusted, so on and so forth. Attack interval, some ranked changes, other stuff for arcade mode. Internally, the battle version is version 5. So, let's get into it before we really get any deeper. As evident, it may be a little bit difficult to read this, so I'm going to basically read it out loud. Yep, it's Jam Day. So, In short, as far as the overall balance direction, across the past updates, there has been a steady expansion of offensive options and potential combos, meaning that more situations could cause a single hit or counter hit to lead into heavy damage. As a result, this made it often the case where a single interaction could largely determine the rest of the developments in the match. In Strive version 2, we aim to adjust the battle balance by re-evaluating offense and defense to strike a better balance between risk and reward. These adjustments do not aim to simply tone down damage, but to make it clear what actions will have a greater effect in different situations, creating a flow of battle where players can gradually turn the tides to their advantage over multiple interactions. For these reasons, the adjustments include many changes that make it more challenging to gain major rewards from actions. This includes increasing damage duration, consolidating startup frames, adjusting the state after invincible moves, limiting the return on roaming cancels, and more. As a result, the changes may seem more restrictive than before from both a game mechanic and character perspective. The intention is to prevent the baseline from rising further, creating a clear standard for future battle balance. We expect the overall flow of battle going forward will take shape with the balance of risk and reward established in this version as the core. In case I didn't say hi to Mojo, hello Mojo. It is indeed Jam Day. I'm very excited. I just woke up from a nap, which is part of why I'm a little bit... The energy is slowly rising up. But yes. So, the long and short of it is that this is something similar to what I've been saying already, without even having read this part of the statement in depth before. I kind of skipped past it the first time and just looked at the patch notes directly. Sorry, I couldn't help it. How you doing, Cackle? I couldn't help it. I'm sorry. I couldn't help it. But anyway, the long and short of it is that, and also Highland. But yeah, the long and short of it is basically that a lot of characters got hit really big in this patch, and it's mostly because, even without having read that part when I read over the patch notes before, it makes sense. This is Strive 2.0. They want to kind of set a new baseline for where the game's offensive potential and stuff is going. So to that end, they're like, yeah, we need to kind of pull some things back, adjust what we think is a new baseline, and then adjust upward. So it is a good time to get back into Strive, unless you're I have deeper issues with just the general other design principles above and beyond this stuff. I don't like the way Gatlings work and stuff like that. None of that's different. So if that was your, I don't want to play Strive for these reasons, then, that's fair. And then it's probably still not your game. But if you're I like Strive, but I just don't like the way the balance direction was going, Now it's time. So, I'm not going to go over each character's changes. I'm going to talk about Sid, then I'm going to talk about Elfelt, then we're going to just play Jam and go from there. But basically speaking, the overall thing is that, essentially speaking, for this combo section, they're more or less saying that they've attempted to adjust it so that pokes, overheads, and lows don't necessarily lead to exploding somebody for 5 billion damage unless, right, you have to really put a risk in it. Wild Assault has been removed as a mechanic, so nobody can Wild Assault in the game anymore. Now, instead, from cancelable slash and heavy slash normals, and I specifically said those because any normals that cannot be canceled, counter hits from jabs such as punch or kick or special moves, doesn't work. So, from what I understand, or the wall, okay, I might be misunderstanding that. I have to double check that. I might have just told a lie. I'm going to double check this to see if it means that Counter Blitz does not work off of these at all, or if the wall break doesn't work off of these at all. My understanding from what I am seeing is that they mean essentially that if you counter hit with a slash or a heavy slash, or like a 2D, because most characters have cancelable 2Ds. So if you hit with slash, heavy slash, or like 2D, and then do that, it should work. We'll see if it also works in the air. The other major thing is that hurt boxes basically have been normalized insofar as certain things go. Potemkin, Faust, Nagoriyuki, Gold Lewis, and Bedman all have large hurt boxes. All of the characters use the standard hurt box. With specific hitboxes, there is also something called a follow-up hitbox that only hits when the opponent is either taking damage or blocking. And the reason why they did this one is specifically to set up a situation where they want to enable a move to hit more stably, but they don't want to adjust the hitbox in such a way that like the move's default usage then becomes really strong, right? That was the thing they kept running into. Changes to burst and deflect shield commands. Sometimes you would get a deflect shield when you're trying to get a throw. For right now, if you want to burst, you have to use dust and slash or dust and heavy slash. If you want to use deflect shield, use dust and punch or dust and kick while holding back. Gold burst, especially on wake up, doesn't knock you back. Well, it says psych burst in general, so it might be just that like when you block a burst now, you as the defender are left closer, which means that if you burst bait, you blow people up. I think, assuming that they mean that both blue psych burst and gold psych burst, like blue burst and gold burst, both do the same thing, or both are affected by this reduced knockback. So, Purple Roman Cancel. Here's a big one. Purple Roman Cancel, for those of you who don't know, and I'll demonstrate it when we get into game for people who aren't familiar, the Roman Cancel system in Guilty Gear Strive basically works like this. If you have 50% super meter or more, and you press any 3 attack buttons aside from dust, if you are in the middle of an attack, you do a red burst, which can send out a shockwave that hits your opponent and causes some slowdown. If you are in neutral, like you're moving around and you're not doing any, and you haven't hit anybody yet, and you use Roman Cancel, you get a blue Roman Cancel, which also slows down and allows you to like move around and do some adjustments. If you use a Roman Cancel in the recovery frames of, or I believe even during the startup of an attack, you get a purple Roman Cancel instead, right? Now, that said, however, what the major change here is that if you use purple Roman Cancel when the opponent is not taking damage, right? Damage proration is applied for a set duration afterward. I wish my camera would stop doing this thing where it keeps blurring out and getting weird. But the basic idea here is that, essentially speaking, what they're saying is if you use a purple Roman Cancel during the startup or recovery of a move and the opponent is not taking damage at that particular point, then what happens is the damage that you will do afterward is reduced for a period of time. So whenever you see damage proration, in any patch notes for a fighting game or something like that, usually the implication is that they're talking about damage scaling or damage reduction. Hi, Shiny. To this end, right? This is related to throws, for example, right? You used to be able to do a throw and do a purple Roman cancel. You cannot do that anymore. It doesn't work. You cannot cancel. You cannot Roman cancel a throw if it whiffs. Same thing for command throws, right? So if you attempt a regular grab or a command grab and you're like, ah, shit, I missed, and you try to PRC, it doesn't work. Which means that the punishment will explode you. To Mojo's point, last night made me realize how overarching the changes were. Potemkin's a fun matchup now. One of the reasons why is that aside from removing armor from Potemkin Buster, which would let him armor through you and like hit you with the second most damaging command grab in his arsenal, he can't do that anymore. And moreover, even without that armor point, now Potemkin Buster does not have invulnerability to throws. So if you throw him during the startup phase of Pop Buster, he eats shit. This is kind of how that goes. So attacks are also a little bit more visible. Here's a big one. Actions with invincibility. So in this case, reversal moves like DPs. So this is like Soul's Volcanic Viper, Kai's Vapor Thrust, and then even invulnerable supers like Tyrant Rave or Kai's Ride the Lightning, not Sin's. We're going to talk about that. So basically speaking, hey Kaz. So the short of it essentially is that invincible moves that would let you set up really strong Okizeme situations when the opponent's knocked down, those have been adjusted so that that doesn't happen anymore. It is easier to punish them when they're blocked. Invincible overdrives cannot be Roman cancel, right? So if you do Soul's Volcanic Viper and you hit, you can't Roman cancel it. If you whiff Volcanic Viper, you can't Roman cancel it. If you whiff Tyrant Rave, you can't Roman cancel it. Like these things don't work anymore. So yeah, essentially speaking, like with the way that it works, Roman canceling has been put into such a situation. The general idea, especially, is that for invincible actions, like you can't do some bullshit, is what they're doing, is what they're saying. Positive, faultless defense. This is a nice one, right? If you attempt to use faultless defense, which is like Guilty Gear's version of push block, not like a hard push block like an advancing guard, but just like a general one that forces people out as they hit you while you're blocking. If you input faultless defense and you don't have meter, you just get the regular blocking animation. And you get the regular effects of just regular blocking, which is useful because then you don't accidentally put out certain normals. In certain instances where activation could be delayed using faultless defense, such as the forced end of Nagoriyuki's Blood Rage and Abba's Jealous Rage, the mechanics have been adjusted so they can no longer be delayed. You hold, basically, again, a lot of this is sort of like, it looks largely like it's attempting to adjust some of the haha, we're just going to do whatever we feel like energy that was kind of around, which, you know, makes sense. Yeah, there's a lot. That's why I'm going over the basic notes because these apply to everybody. I'll talk about Sins, I'll talk about Elfelts, and then we're going to do jam stuff. Wall break and positive bonus. Basically speaking, the way that this works is that with positive bonus, what happens is in Strive, if somebody's in the corner and you wail on them long enough in the corner, they eventually get stuck to the wall. If you hit them again while they're stuck to the wall breaks. You're both reset to neutral, but the person who broke the wall gets something called positive bonus, which causes the super meter for the wall breaker, the person who broke the wall, as opposed to the person who was knocked through the wall. The person who knocked through the wall doesn't get anything. The person who hit them and caused the wall to break gets increased super meter gain for a short period of time, right? So it looks like the major adjustment that's been made to the wall stick itself. If wall stick is triggered with grounded damage, they perform a tech the same as if wall stick was triggered with aerial damage. What does that mean? To my understanding, it more or less means that you could wall stick somebody, set up some Okizeme stuff, and if you, especially if you wall stuck them on the ground, set up some other stuff for Okizeme, then they pop out. They pop out, and we go from there. However, with this major change, it looks like the air, essentially speaking, they made it so that, like, oh, on the ground you pop out like this. On the air, if the air, words are hard. What they've done here is set it up so that if you get stuck to the wall with a ground hit, you now react as if you got stuck to the wall with an air hit, which changes like how you are on tech out of it if they don't wall break. And so now those setups are difficult. Positive bonus. Here's an important one. Universally, in most Guilty Gear games that have had Roman cancel as a mechanic, hey Ham, in pretty much all the Guilty Gear games that have had Roman cancel as a mechanic, there has always been a penalty that reduces the amount of tension that you gain for a set duration after you use a Roman cancel or an overdrive. That has been a thing in Guilty Gear for many years. The idea being that if you use the Roman cancel to sort of like reset yourself or extend a combo, you should not be gaining a bunch more meter during that combo. That's what that's there for. That has always been a thing, and pretty much, I don't know for sure about like Guilty Gear X, but I know for sure that X2 definitely had it, and going forward from there. But I'm pretty sure even Guilty Gear X had this. So this is not new to the franchise. That penalty used to be shortened during positive bonus. It's not anymore. Right? So, basically speaking, if you wall break somebody with an overdrive, while you will still gain tension at a faster rate than normal, it does now, you still have a reduced amount of tension that you gain for a specific period of time after the wall break, and that is now equivalent to the amount of time that your tension gain is slowed down if you use an overdrive or Roman cancel without a wall break. They're just even now, right? So if you're trying to, so basically, essentially speaking, they want you to really think about like, all right, if I really need more tension after this wall break, and this is why this is important. This is something that is really deep into it. With wall break, and I'll show this later, if you wall break with anything that is not an overdrive, what happens is that the knockdown that happens afterward is a soft knockdown for the person who got knocked through the wall. What that means is you and your opponent basically recover at around the same time. However, if you use an overdrive to do a wall break, what winds up happening is that the opponent is forced into a hard knockdown state, which means that rather than like doing a gentle roll and getting up at around the same time that you land after the wall break, they are forced down for a certain period of time and then they get up, right? And that is what makes Sin, as an example, Sin Kisk is a monster if he manages to get a wall break on you, which is why RTL got nerfed so hard, because Sin's RTL basically used to be an invulnerable startup forward rocketing move where if you press the button and Sin had you at like roughly mid-screen or so, depending on what if he did it in a combo and he got the right starter, Sin could take you from mid-screen to the corner and force a wall break, put you in a hard knockdown, dash up 6k, eat that mix, right? He can still theoretically do that in a combo, but now it is a lot harder for him to kind of just like pull that off on Wake Up because RTL's not invincible anymore. But we'll talk about that when we get there. Basically speaking, this wall break change and the tension thing that they're talking about here is essentially saying, okay, if you want the hard knockdown, you are going to get less tension after that with a wall break now. Like, you have to give that up, and you're giving it up for the same amount of time as you would if you used an overdrive elsewhere. You get the hard knockdown, but you lose the tension gain. Because the tension penalty for using an overdrive sticks around for what is the default time when you don't do a wall break versus when you do, right? So that's what they mean when they say this makes the move chose to trigger wall break, an important decision when looking to gain tension gauge. That's what they mean. Low profile moves, basically 2Ks that had low profile have extended hitboxes up, and generally speaking, less reward off of that. That's the general thing. So like certain 2Ks now are not as good for ducking under hits. They have more damage proration, and they have combo blowback proration increased in order to make it harder to combo off of lows. Lunging special moves, overheads, projectiles, 5P and 2P, and low profile lunging moves all have higher damage proration now. How does this affect, for example, Sin? Sin's Elk Hunt has much harsher damage proration now and does a much lower knockback. Every character now, so this is something very important. Moves with fast startup. Let me go to an example of this. So I'm coming over here just to okay, I had this backwards. So let's talk about this real quick. Which means this might be my fault, actually. I may not have been looking carefully the first time. So, moves with fast startup. Let's explain it like this. For people who are not familiar, you may see that right above what Ham said, we have our buddy Nightbot talking about glossary.infill.net. If you do FGC ! Glossary and put in whatever term you want to look up without quotes, any of the stuff that does not make sense to what I'm explaining here, you can use that to look it up. That said, let's talk about this. Moves with fast startup. Moves in fighting games are basically split into three sort of phases. Startup phase, the active phase, the recovery phase, right? Startup is how many frames it takes for your character to get to their first active frame. And the active frames then basically tell you how long in frames is this move able to deal damage, followed by the recovery. Startup, active, recovery. Those are the three sections, right? Traditionally, depending on what game you are talking about and how that community is kind of like rallied around it, startup may or may not include the first active frame. In this case, with the way that the developers talk about the patch notes, these include the first active frame. So there's a great difference between characters with the 4-frame startup move. So that means there are 3 frames where they don't do anything, and then the 4th frame is when it hits. And those without, when it came to punishing or interrupting the opponent successfully. In order to align the conditions for success in these situations, we have set the fastest move for all characters to 5 frames. If you look over here at Jam, real quick, to sort of define it in a way that is more visual for people to have a better idea of it, startup is listed here in green. Active is listed here in red. Recovery is in blue. So, Jam's 5p for standing punch is 15 frames in total. Not including the first active frame, 4 frames to startup, 4 frames active, 7 frames of recovery. Now, like I said, when the developers are talking about it, they are including the first active frame. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and just like over here, right? 5. So whenever you see the developers talk about startup time, especially with attacks, they are always including the first active frame. This is important because older fighting games, like if you go look at Super Combos Wiki for Super Turbo, unless they have changed it since the last time I was looking, a lot of older fighting games do not use first active frame in their startup counts. This game does. So, essentially speaking, 5 frames. There are no attacks in this game that come out in a period of time shorter than 5 frames, which means by the metrics of the way that they talk about it, every move in this game has at minimum, there are some moves that will have more, but there is no move in this game that will come out faster than 4 frames of nothing plus a 5th frame, which is when the attack starts. There are moves that may take longer than that, but there is no move shorter. That's what that means. But now, any character, so no matter what, right? If a character's fastest normal will always be 4 frames of nothing, and then the 5th frame is when it's active. Makes it more consistent. There are some characters whose fastest normal was like 6 frames or something, or more than that. That's gone now. Every character, the fastest normal or the fastest move that they have, the fastest move, 4 frames of nothing, 1 frame to attack, 5 frames. Revising the timing when 6p. Universally in Guilty Gear, every character's 6p is used as an anti-air attack, and also, to a certain extent, an upper body invulnerability attack. So attacks that hit high enough to usually like hit a character's head or upper body, if you 6p correctly, you'll go through those and pop people. What they've done is, on frame 1, your hurt box, the upper part of your hurt box gets pulled down a little bit. 2, 3, 4, every character's, I don't know if every character reaches to the same smaller size, but by frame 4, it should be the smallest one. Damage rates on counter hit. Here we go. There is no more, so it looks like there is no more, I see. So, from what I can tell, damage rates on counter hits. No longer does that happen. So if you counter hit somebody, you do not get a 10% increase on regular counter hit, nor do you get a 20% increase when they've been blocking too much and their risk level is too high. Now, at this point, no damage modifier. Counter hits still have the increased slowdown and all that other stuff, so it's easier for you to react to what's happening, and you still get the other benefits of counter hits, which we'll talk about in a little bit. Charge commands charge up faster. Okay, the knockback is for gold sight first. You can't do double deflect shield. You can cancel the first 2 frames of ground and air throws into deflect shield. Okay. So the overall, here we go. The overall tension gain, tension gauge and damage reduction for PRC now is a full second. You can't you can't roam and cancel backdashes. Throw, if you manage to tech a regular throw, y'all are pushed further apart. Base damage scaling is increased by 10% for lunging attacks. Okay. Soul's Bandit Bringer, Alpha Blade Horizontal, and Tenka's Hammerfall are excluded from the damage scaling changes because they already had it. Ooh! Wow, that's rough. So, the lunging attacks that they were talking about that really got hit. May's 3K, Jacko's sweep, Vikin's crouching heavy slash, Bates damage scaling now 60%. 30% increase from where they were at. That's rough. Finn, Elk Hunt, and his follow-ups, instead of 80% damage scaling, 60%. 20% less damage for the scaling that comes out. Jumping attacks are excluded, but overheads 10%, projectiles 20%, invincible or armor properties already have base damage scaling that's heavy enough have been reduced. Base damage scaling for standing and crouching punches reduced also. Remove the damage that increased. So yeah. Counter hits. So yeah, no increased damage. Slayer's Blood-Sucking Universe still has a counter hit increase, but using Blood-Sucking Universe is command throw. And command throws got nerfed here, right? Wall bounce is now affected by combo blowback scaling, which means that if you're doing a long combo and you bounce somebody off the wall, it's weaker, and so it's harder to follow up with. We're not going to go over individual character changes aside from, like I said, Sin and Elfelt are the only two I really want to cover because those are the characters that I use currently. We're going to talk about Sin and Elfelt, and then we're going to play some jam stuff, and then we're going to go from there. So, I appreciate y'all letting me yap, but it was important for me to, in my mind, to kind of like cover those changes before we got into like actually playing stuff, so that we can sort of like recontextualize how some of these other changes actually work. I think that those things are important, especially with fighting games. It's important to sort of get an idea of what is happening and how. And if you don't do that, I feel like you are sort of missing what's going on in a very general sense. Hold on a sec. This is being weird. And we'll do this one. All right. Totally agree, and it's really cool to get a breakdown of what it all means. Yeah. All right, so let me just make sure that I get this game into borderless windowed so I can actually move my mouse out, because I am gonna have to go back and we'll talk. I'm not gonna put up Sin's patch notes directly or Elfelt's, so that like I don't have to like sit down and rearrange a bunch of stuff. But we'll at least read them out loud as we're going. So, Dojo. Drain. Totally agree, and it's really cool to get a breakdown of what it all means. Yeah, at some point I will go and get like the season 4 DLC pass. That's why I have those 4 characters locked, because I wasn't really playing Strive during season 4. Didn't really care to. So let's work with Elfelt first. And here's the new transition screen. We get to see Jacko sitting and being cute and reading a book. Okay. So, let's get into it. Elfelt. So, Elfelt's QP used to be her fastest move. It's been standardized to 5 frames like it is for everybody else, right? Which means it's now even with her standing punch for speed. Hang on a second. I gotta go back to the main menu real quick. I forgot to set this to where's the options? Settings here. Display settings. I need borderless window. Borderless window, so I can like more easily pop like in and out of what I'm doing without this being agitated all the time. Alright. So, here we go. So aside from 2P being normalized, 6P does not launch as high now. And Elfelt's hitbox is now smallest at the 4th frame and not the 3rd. So in other words, it's a little bit harder to use it to just kind of swap people, because her hitbox will be a little bit higher up during the 3rd frame than it used to be now. Her 2S, this move, or sorry, her close slash. Not 2S is this one, my bad, sorry. Her close slash now has those follow-up hitboxes above a certain height. What this means is that when if Kai is like jumping at this distance, for example, right? I can't just like smack him. I can't just like throw out a close slash and smack him out of the air as easily now. Some of the hitboxes that used to maybe reach up a little bit higher have now been turned into follow-up hitboxes. So I'm only likely to get those higher up hitboxes when Kai is already in a combo. That's kind of the main point of that one. Um, 6H expanded hitbox backward during startup. So it's not as likely under certain circumstances because of how tall the move is, but now like there are ways to hit Elfelt from behind that there probably weren't before. Important thing now. So Miss Charlotte, Elfelt's rifle attack, ground and air. If you hold the executing button, it is now possible to create a projectile that basically hits twice. It'll hit going and coming, but it does have slower startup. However, you will note that it is still possible I'm just trying to see. Yeah. You can, in fact, do partial charges in order to let it rip early without getting the powered-up shot. There are very cool combos that you can do with this that involve juggling people to hell. I can't do them. I'm not doing them if I play Elfelt, because fuck that. I don't care. Miss Charlotte out of repair, which is this dashing. I'm going to set the opponent to block. It used to be that depending... So, it's still safe, right? But it is now consistently -4 on block on the ground. Now, what does that mean? We get to talk about frame data. So, with frame data, we already talked about startup active recovery, right? We already talked about it. Plus and minus is used for... I'm going to put it like this. Plus and minus are basically dictated in terms of how much movement time the attacker has over the defender when a move hits or is blocked. So if a move is -4 on block, that means that the attacker is going to be moving 4 frames later than the defender. So when we say now that Miss Charlotte out of repair is consistently -4 on block on the ground, the main thing is that, for example, Miss Charlotte used to be extremely unsafe at this distance, right? Because what would happen is, I don't remember the exact numbers, but Elfelt would be extremely minus on block at that distance. Like, I don't know the exact number, and I'm not going to tell it because I don't want to tell lies, but she was minus enough that I don't know if RTL would have hit, but like Vapor Thrust or something like that would have. Now, universally, right, -4 on block. Now, pop quiz for the class. What is the fastest that any attack can be in this game? Especially with the changes that just happened. I know the delay means that we have to wait a little bit, but I'm also doing this just because I felt like being funny. But if you think about it for a second, right? If the fastest attack in this game for any character is 5 frames, and Elfelt is -4 after this, Elfelt may be moving 4 frames after the opponent, but here's basically the thing, right? Because it's -4, it's basically always safe. Because if the fastest that any move is going to start up is in 5 frames, nobody has a move that is fast enough to catch Elfelt out of the -4. No one does. This doesn't work like that anymore. So basically, no matter what distance Elfelt does, hey, Cookie. Good to see you. So yeah, basically, essentially speaking, you cannot punish Miss Charlotte out of repair in any way that matters now. Because it's always -4, at least on the ground. On a ground hit, it's always -4, which means that no character in this game now has a move that is fast enough to hit Elfelt after that recovery. If it was -5, you could at most force a trade. -6, go from there. Now, that said, if Elfelt tries to press a button afterward, you are going to get countered, right? So, if you do it and you just block afterward, you're good, right? But if you do it and then you try to press a button afterward, what's going to happen is you're going to get hit. Generally speaking, the more minus you are after doing a move on block especially, the less good of an idea it is for you to press a button to try to intercept the opponent afterward. You can, but it's probably not a good idea to, and the more minus you are, the worse of an idea that is. There is a meme statement, one of which has a word that I'm not going to use. I'm going to substitute it instead. You're only minus if you're a punk. Which is true, but also there is only but so far that goes. Now, all that said, Miss Charlotte out of repair also has less knockback on hit, and probably on block also. So like, Elfelt is not like forced away in the same way. Reduced horizontal movement speed when the active frames end. So basically speaking, after those active frames, Elfelt slows down some. Bum Bum Chocolat, which is this move. I should be able to block this, I think. Yep. basically speaking, the speed that Elfelt moves at during that is a little bit lower, and the momentum does not carry as well. So they slightly nerfed that, but not like a big nerf. But how are you doing? Hopefully well. If it takes me a minute to respond to people, it's because I'm also reading the patch notes on my other monitor, and sometimes it's a little hard for me to see the chat. If I do it like this, it's probably better, but then the scroll doesn't do the thing it should do. Okay. Added stagger effect on hit for Here I Go when falling up Here I Go. That. So, Here I Go is this move, right? So, when you do this one, right? When you do this follow-up, you get a stagger, which I believe allows you to do the throw where you couldn't previously. So now, right, you have... So out of Here I Go, right? Oh yeah. Because of the stagger, you can do that, so... So, like, you'll notice that, for example... That doesn't work, right? But if you do... You can, in fact, grab somebody out of a stagger, right? So, essentially speaking, and the startup for this version of Here I Go, notice how the first one is 20, but the second one is 17, right? So you can do... Let me see. Yeah. So, that's the tricky thing, right? Because you can only get to that version of Here I Go. You can only get to that version if it's the second follow-up that you do, right? Like, you have to do specifically... You see how Elfelt's stance is a little different with that? That is the only version of the second version of Here I Go that has stagger, right? So you can do 1, 2... You can do like 1, 2, 3. But you'll notice that you can't... Essentially speaking, you have to commit. If you're going to use that as a mix, you have to commit to that. So essentially speaking, with Here I Go, there used to be that, and they probably adjusted this from a patch a while ago, right? Basically, you only get 2 follow-ups after Here I Go. No matter what those 2 follow-ups are, you only get 2. So you do Here I Go, and you get 1, 2, or 1, 2, or just do that shotgun if you want, right? So essentially speaking, if you're gonna go for the throw, it has to be after something like the overhead, or even something like the... Not from the low, because the low push you a little bit farther back. If you want the guaranteed throw, you have to do... gotta commit to this one, and then do the throw. Essentially speaking. Right? Here I go, here I go, here I go again. Yeah. With all the music references, surprise. Yeah. Okay, so I guess they did remove that, because it's like... Yeah, because you used to be able to do that. the other thing is that nailed it, which is this move out of Chain Lollipop, is a soft knockdown now. It used to do a wall bounce near the corner, but it doesn't do that anymore. Or it does, but you have to like actually roaming cancel now in order to get it to work, right? Before you didn't have to, or I think it was. Yeah, now you have to roaming cancel in order to combo off the wall bounce, which makes sense. And then the last major change, Giganto da Parfeo, which is that move. If it whiffs, you're in a counter hit state until the end of the recovery, and you can't roaming cancel it anymore. So, just kind of bringing her in line with everything. The big ones of this are the change to Nailed It, because with that combined with a lot of the other stuff that came in, now you can't use like a good shotgun near the corner to then like catch somebody with the wall bounce and then knock them over and around and stuff like that. Doesn't work like that anymore. Elfbelt has not got necessarily. She hasn't been like, oh god, the character is ruined forever. But basically speaking, it's not as easy to do a lot of the really kind of like absurd bullshit that you used to be able to get up to. Like, you still have certain ways of being able to like make things work, but some of the more ridiculous things got adjusted. We have an ad break coming up soon, so I'm gonna switch to Sin, but I'm not gonna go over any of the major. I'm not gonna go over any of his changes until after the ads are over, so I can talk without being interrupted. I will still set him up at least. All right, ads are here. So if you're in ad hell, Gomenasari, I'm not gonna go over Sin's changes till ads are done. So for those of you that are here, I'm gonna go on break. Real quick, while that's happening, go get some water, stretch, do all that other stuff, and then we'll be back with Sin's changes after ad break is over. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and action.
Hensi!
The jump to the sky turns to a rider kick.
There's only one person who can stop, and that's me. Hey everybody, my name is Sean. They call me either that or SJ. As I say on my own channel, make games, I play games. Games make do, basically. Did you really think that I was going to let you hit me with that? No. Guess what? I'm still alive, motherfucker. Going too fast is no good. Shut the fuck up. What else you got? I have to hit button. Button hit good. This no count, no good, self-absorbed. Giving free turns goes against my professional ethics. I saved your ass! Yo, the nerve of this motherfucker. The absolute gall. The complete stinkiness. Do you see these motherfuckers? They stole all my shit! Fuck out of here. Fuck you. I don't give a fuck now. Stank ass, punk ass, smelly ass motherfucker. Yo! Not with the deep cut. My brain is full of feels. Anyway, so Fuck. We should just play this fucking video game. Damn it. That's not fair. No, that's fighting dirty. You can't do that. Just because it's correct doesn't mean it's right. Just for that, I'll teach y'all to talk to me about the consequences of my own actions. And now, this poll that I'm not going to look at the results of yet. I'm lying. I'm going to look right now. Jesus fuck! Why are y'all like this? What was the reason? This is all according to my calculations. We will probably be fine. God damn it. Somebody clip that. Going too fast is no good. You facetious motherfuckers.
You really are gonna stand up in front of God and everybody.
Oh my fucking god! No! No! I can't fucking stand you!
How dare you? How very dare you? You right, but shut up. Give me a church. I told y'all I was gonna get a church, and I got a church. Apis above be praised. Amen. Amen. Hallelujah. And peanut butter. Praise be to Lord R.N. Jesus. For in our time of need, he has provided. Can I get a blessings to R.N. Jesus in the chat? I have to behave. I have to behave. I have to behave. I have to behave. You know what? I'm just gonna do this.
What kind of just nonsense did you just... What in the hell do you mean? You put me on your whole motherfucking screen?
They're all gonna die. Somebody clip that. Oh no. Not again.
Y'all do what I think y'all did?
Y'all can't bully me like this. Y'all got me all kinds of twisted turned up right now. I don't know what the...
Okay, y'all, we're back. Because ads are over. What ads did you get? Hopefully they weren't bad. Or too bad, anyway. Okay. Let's get into it. Where's my boy? Okay. So, here's how this goes. Talk about it a little. So for Sin got the same exchange to his close slash that Elfelt did. Certain hitboxes on his close slash have now been turned into follow-up hitboxes, so they'll only show up for character at a certain height, basically. So, in other words, makes it harder to use it than anti-air, so on and so forth. Standing heavy slash, this move has one less frame of recovery, which means that its frame advantage on block has gone from -2 to -1. In other words, it is even more unsafe to mash against this move than it used to be. Traditionally, in this game, I should say. In this game specifically, you were supposed to block that guy. Which means I didn't set it correctly. Oh, that's right, I need to check. Hang on. Yeah, I thought so. Okay, so works after 6P. Works after 6K. And it only works on ground. Okay. That makes sense. And doesn't work on dust. Alright. Alright. And it does work on 2D. Alright, so it is more or less what I thought. Counter Blitz basically only works on standing, crouching, slash. Basically, it only works on slash, heavy slash, 6P, 6K, and 2D, which makes sense. Because those counter hit effects actually are strong enough to merit triggering it. Makes sense. Okay, cool. So, right. Let me fix it. Opponent. Here we go. This is what I want. So, this move. So, despite appearances, with how long it takes, yeah, like, Sin's 5H has always been pretty gnarly as far as like especially somebody blocks it. It's always been really gnarly for people to try to press buttons afterward because he's -1. Sin is -1 after that move on block. So it's one of those things where can you press buttons against it? Yes. But he's only moving 1 frame slower than you are after that situation, which means that depending on what you press, you could get beat out. Like I said, the more minus a move is, the less safe it is for you, the attacker, to keep pressing buttons afterward. Sin 5H being -1 on block basically means that he's only, like I said, he's only recovering 1 frame slower than you are, which means that depending on what you press afterward, if Sin is pressing something else that is faster than you, you're eating shit. If you try to DP through it and Sin decided not to press something, you get blocked and you eat shit. If you did press something though and you DP afterward, he's in for a bad time. However, it only being -1 means that the window to time that, like the time of DP as an answer, is very tight. Very hard. So, aside from that, let me turn off blocking here. Aside from that, if you get an air hit with his 6H, well, so yeah, increased horizontal blowback on air. So basically, if you manage to hit somebody in the air with Sin 6H, it is more difficult to follow up now. I don't know if you could have gotten away with like 6H into Hawkbaker before the patch, but you probably can't now. You can't now is what I mean. If you could do it before the patch, you definitely can't now. I didn't use 6H a lot, so I wouldn't know about that. However, to compensate, Sin does move forward a lot faster on the ground. And you still have Beak Driver to reach, right? So yeah, you can still use Beak Drivers to follow after that. And RTL still hits. So... and that still works. So you can still do like... hang on. Trying to do the thing. It's been a little bit since I've done this technique with Sin, so I'm a little rusty. Damn it. Slow down a little bit. Yes. I do this correctly. Here we go. Yeah, that doesn't work. Because of the blowback. So it also stops that from happening. Oh, it's air hit. But, it's air hit and knockdown hit, but either way. So, no, that was probably just not possible outside of the corner, but that's fine. The follow-up to Beak Driver, the tumble state doesn't last as long, and the blowback is farther. So essentially, when you use Beak Driver follow-up, the basic idea is that unless you spend extra meter to like dash in, you don't get the additional stuff. Following up is harder because the tumble doesn't last for as long. However, if you counter hit with Beak Driver, the opponent does a stagger, which is useful. Now, major thing, very important, Hawkbaker. This is Sin's DP. When Sin uses this, he is invincible on the way up, but is vulnerable on the way down. So, without having to spend meter, if he's knocked down, Hawkbaker is usually your answer. Something very important to note. In a combo, if Sin does Hawkbaker, he can do the follow-up. And knock people on their ass, right? With the major changes that have been made, Hawkbaker no longer has a counter hit effect. You cannot cancel it into the follow-up if you are using it raw. It just doesn't work anymore. And you can't roam and cancel it on hit either. So when you use Hawkbaker, it is like when you're using Hawkbaker raw, it is to get people off your ass, and that's it. You gotta hold that. You can't convert and do other stuff after that. Now, that said, right? And the second hit itself does still launch the opponent. Hang on. It's a little bit hard to actually space it so that only the second hit hits while still being in a combo. So I'm gonna do my best to see if I can do that. Yeah, and as you can see, basically, if you don't hit with it going up, you kind of eat shit on that front. Now, that's it. If you do the follow-up to Hawkbaker in a combo, it does not knock back that far. You move forward a little bit farther, but the horizontal blowback, the distance it blows back is reduced, and the launch height is not as high. That said, it generally launches high enough that it doesn't matter. Now, other things. Hoof Stomp, this move. The follow-up used to wall bounce. Doesn't do that anymore. There's a bug fix for Elk Hunt, which doesn't really matter that much. Elk Hunt already kind of saw a nerf in a previous patch where it doesn't launch. The Elk Hunt follow-up doesn't launch as high anyway. But Elk Hunt was also hit by the damage scaling change for lunging moves. We talked about that one already. Here's a big one. Here's a really, really big one. Still growing. Still growing is that, right? When Sin used to use Still Growing before Strive 2.0, it would randomly buff one of his statistics, like his damage, maybe it would occasionally give him back health, I think, something like that. Basically, no one ever fucking used Still Growing because it didn't ever do anything important. In Sin's debut game, which is where this theme is from, Just Do It. Sorry, not his debut game. His debut fighting game. His debut game theme is Right on Time. This one, Just Do It, is from Guilty Gear XR, where he became a playable character in the fighting games. My bad. I misspoke. Anyway, the main point is that Still Growing in XR used to be Sin's way of fueling the stamina meter that you see down at the bottom of the screen. And the stamina meter in XR worked a little differently. It would start partway through. It would start partway full at the start of the match, and you would be able to take chunks out of the stamina meter to basically keep doing special move after special move, as long as you had stuff in his calorie gauge. But once you ran out, if you do a special move even without canceling it, Sin gets hungry, and then his move recovery takes a lot longer. So you used to have to balance out his stamina gauge. You still have to now, but you used to have to balance out his stamina gauge with eating so that you wouldn't basically get fucked up doing a special move. That's gone in Strive. That's been gone since his debut in Strive, and since his addition to Strive rather. And the main thing that his stamina gauge is used for now is that, basically speaking, doing follow-ups to his special moves takes 1 gauge of stamina. If you use Gazelle Step, which is this move, it also takes up 1 chunk, and you can use Gazelle Step after any of his special moves or after any follow-ups. At least when they're cancelable. So like, right? You can do stuff like that, right? But I say all that to say, still growing now has an effect where, so let's do. Oops. So, with Still Growing, when you use it now, what happens is that you get faster stamina recovery while the effect of Still Growing is in, and there is normally a cooldown period for when Sin spends stamina before it starts to recover. And that's it. And that recovery period basically gets longer. That recovery period basically gets longer. Or it used to. I think now it's this. I think they normalized it now. No, it's normalized now, I think. It used to be that basically Sin would regain stamina faster the less of it he has, and then it would slow down as it's going, but I think they normalized that a while ago and I forgot about it. However, with Still Growing, let me just do this. Yeah. There's a short period of time where it speeds up for just a little bit. Now, they don't say how long it is, but now it does that. It also is like recovers 9 frames faster. So, basically speaking, what you can do is right? And it's a very small thing, but when you're managing stamina like that, essentially now if you're willing to give up Okizeme, if you're willing to give up Okizeme and being able to like pressure people with other stuff, you use Still Growing, you can help offset some of the cost of like your stamina spends now. Right? Especially if you happen to like have none. Every little bit counts. Big one. RTL. This move. This move used to be completely invincible on startup. And even this move used to be completely invincible on startup, and whoops. And from mid-screen, you can guarantee a wall break. Right? Like, I'm standing right here at round start distance with Sin. I do RTL. I can extend it up to 3 times. Wall break. And you notice how Kai tumbled sits for a little bit and then gets up, that's the hard knockdown that I was talking about, right? When I said if you use an overdrive to break the wall, your opponent gets a hard knockdown for a while, that's what I meant. But now, you can in fact, like, so two things. Not only that, but like, you can't see it because of the super pause, but Sin will immediately spend the tension gauge that he uses for that move on the very first frame of startup, right? So that means that if Sin uses RTL and you hit him out of it, if you hit him out of it, probably even on the first frame, he still loses that meter. So it's not like, oh, I hit him out of RTL, but now he still has the meter, he can do it again. Nope, gone. It's also not of course, also it's not invincible anymore. You also, if the first hit is blocked, so here's the important thing, right? Normally, Sin can extend RTL up to 2 more times afterward. That only works on hit now. It does not work on block. So if you block the first hit of RTL against Sin, you basically swing your leg up and kick him in the nuts, and it's a done deal.
Danger.
So yeah, Sin didn't get like. So yeah, Sin didn't get like. So Sin got shot, kind of, but not. It could be worse. Oh, one more change. Sorry. Very important thing that does kind of trade off. And I'm gonna be real. Like Sin getting that change to RTL, he kind of. It's one of those things where it's like, move is really strong. I understand why they nerfed it. It's not rocket science. However, he did get one trade-off as far as overdrives go. So, Tyrant Peril, which is that move. I missed it. Essentially speaking, Tyrant Barrel has what's called a clean hit, right? Tyrant Barrel has what's called a clean hit mechanic. When you do the Tyrant Barrel input, you can hold punch to delay when it comes out after the second hit. And if you manage to hit the opponent at a specific height, it does more damage. You can tell if you got the clean hit depending on what pause happens during the second hit. That wasn't a clean because there was no pause, right? Still did a lot of damage, but it wasn't clean. That was clean. You notice how there was that long pause and then bam! That's a clean hit. The thing about Tyrant Barrel that got changed in this patch is that now any knockback that is being applied to Sin when he does that move has been nullified. What this means is, while there are still situations where if you poke at max range, it will still whiff, it is a lot easier to do stuff like that. Because any knockback that was being applied to Sin no longer applies to when you use Tyrant Barrel, it makes it a lot easier to control the spacing, and thus makes it easier to get clean hits off of posts. Iron Barrel already had no invincibility, so it's not like it's a move you're going to use as a reversal or anything. So it just means that, like, even in situations like this, for example, right? Much better. But generally speaking, Iron Barrel with Sin is a move that you only use in the corner. Not only, I should say. It is better served in the corner, because if you get the clean hit, you get the wall break, you get the hard knockdown from the wall break, all that other stuff. So yeah, Sin is okay. He got a couple of his things have been brought kind of in line with everybody else, all that other stuff. It's all stuff that makes sense. Alright. I only wanted to talk about, for major patch notes, those two. We are going to play some Jam at some point, but speaking of some point is now. Color 3 is my color. The new accessory system also works with Jam, so we're playing Mega Knight Jam. It's just the thing that we're doing. I will put up her new song for this game because, you know, it's important. It's jam time! Let's go! If you're lurking, wake up. It's jam time. So, we're going to talk about her, sort some things out, and then I'm going to probably go run around in the lobby and go punch stuff. Okay, so here's how this works with Jam. Traditionally in Guilty Gear, Jam has been a high mobility character with a lot of very good and nearly endless close range pressure, where a lot of it has been, while her range is very short, once she's on top of you, she kind of just like ungas all over your bunga and you're in trouble. Not in the same way that like Leo does, because Leo has a bit more options at mid-range. Jam is an extremely close-range character, traditionally, and it's very difficult to kind of like fight your way around that. Guilty Gear Strive being the game that it is, Jam does not have So yeah, Jam traditionally has been a character where it's like she has a lot of gatlings, like a lot of buttons that cancel into other buttons in order to create pressure situations where, like, if you're doing a lot and you, as the defender, attempt to mash out at certain spots, you get your shit pushed in. You get fucked up. And that's traditionally been the way that Jam has worked. With the way that this game is generally structured, Jam still has options that let her pressure and otherwise, like, be a pain in the ass. She doesn't have long Gatling strings for that, but she still has options that are plus or let her do frame traps and stuff like that. I haven't dug a lot into them yet. I'm kind of still just feeling it out early days, so I'm not going to get too deep into all of it, but we are going to talk about the way Jam works and some other things about generally the way she handles this game. So, 5P, 5K, 5S, 5H, 5D. Close slash looks like this. Yeah, okay, yeah, micro walk. I hate micro walks. Anyway, so let's just start with like the high level overview. So, Jam as a character has traditionally also, aside from that stuff I was talking about, revolved around a system that is colloquially called cards. They don't look like cards anymore, but we call them that because in Guilty Gear X they used to. By doing 22K, 22S, and 22H, you can power up And in this game, it's only one of each. In Guilty Gear X and X2, which includes Accent Core plus R, you can store up to 3 of each card for each move, which lets you stock up to 9 cards in total. In Guilty Gear Xrd, they changed it so that the maximum you can get is 6, because if you get 3 of any particular card in Xrd, that card becomes a max card instead, which makes whatever move that you're powering up even stronger. Strive has condensed that down even further. When you power up a move, you only can hold one of that move at a time. When you then use that move, you then use up the charge. Right?
Danger.
So,
Danger.
the moves that are affected by this are Ryujin, Gekyuin, and Ryutsui. Ryutsui is new, in particular to Strive. It replaces, or essentially acts it sort of acts as a replacement move to something that she had out of Bakushu here, which itself has been simplified a lot. We'll talk about that a little bit later. So essentially, Ryujin is like a very fast, albeit if you don't space it correct, if you don't combo into it and you just like do it raw and somebody blocks it, you're in trouble. But it's still relatively fast and kind of difficult to punish, and it also, like, for context about how far it makes jam travel, very fast. So yeah, like, it can be used to help you cross distances very quickly, especially if you have the meter for like a Roman cancel. Very dangerous, right? Gives you a pretty decent amount of corner carry. You're +9. You're +9 afterward, right? And jams close slash to 7 frames, right? So, you know, you can work from there. Powered up Ryujin. If you do it raw, so the main thing to know, right? Regular Ryujin, soft knockdown. Powered up Ryujin, hard knockdown. Other important thing about powered up Ryujin. At a specific distance, it has an additional follow-up. It's what we call a clean hit mechanic. Much like how Sins art the Tyrant Barrel, if you time the release of the second hit correctly, you do extra damage. In Jam's case, the clean hit mechanic, if you're at the correct spacing when you do the powered up Ryujin, you get a secondary blast. Right? In addition to the hard knockdown. And you can kind of go, right? Now, there's that, right? Gekyuin. Normally, Gekyuin is an overhead attack. And if you do it in this game, if you do it close enough to the opponent, you can see that you do get an automatic crossing. Otherwise, kind of whatever, right? However, if it is slow to start up. It's like it's something like 28 frames to start. Sorry, 25. So yeah, Gekyuin is like a 25 frame startup, but if it hits, you'll notice it is a hard knockdown, which of course gives you time to do more pressure stuff, right? Yes, Kai. It is also safe on block, which is helpful, right? Powered up Gekirin is faster as far as startup goes. 19 frames. It's not completely unreactable, but for a lot of people, it'll be it's very difficult to react to it. Not completely unreactable, but very difficult to react to. The limit for most people to react to any kind of stimuli, depending, is somewhere around, at least if we're talking about like frames, somewhere, I don't remember the exact number, and the science is obviously, I don't remember the exact number, but basically, once you start getting closer to like 16 or 17 is when you start getting close to unreactable, something like that. I don't remember the exact number, but essentially speaking, powered up Gekirin is much more difficult to react to. It also has another property for combos that is very useful that we'll talk about a little bit later. And then we have Ritsui, right? With Ritsui, the main thing is that it's also a low. So Gekirin is an overhead, which means you have to block it standing. Ritsui is a low, which means you have to block it crouching, right? Right now, let's not have it do anything. We'll try with a block, but I just need to demonstrate that. So yeah, Ritsui. Basically, Ritsui, wherever you hit, -4, right? So as long as you're not trying to like mash super hard afterward, if you commit the block string, you're like, it's like, oh, I didn't hit. All right, I'll Ritsui block. You're generally fine, right? Same thing as with, if you remember, with Elfelt and the Charlotte out of repair, same sort of thing, right? The main thing that makes Ritsui a pain in the ass for the opponent to defend against is the fact that it's a low. So that means that like if they're trying to walk back from you, right? Wrong move. Even if they're walking back from you, if you're dancing around in neutral and you decide just to be a pain, you Ritsui and kind of pop them there, right? Powered up Ritsui. The other thing about regular Ritsui is it also has some combo applications, but we'll get into that a little bit later. Card Ritsui, on the other hand, it moves much faster and much farther. I want you to look at that number for frame advantage. Regular Ritsui is this, -4. Card Ritsui is +6. Jam is moving. If the opponent blocks. If the opponent blocks Card Ritsui, Jam is still moving 6 frames before them. That is enough time to throw. That is enough time to layer in a jab. It is very difficult to even try to think about trying to contest a post splash, because that's 7 frames. No matter what move you are doing, Jam is still moving before you. We can double check safety stuff though with this. So now the counterattack settings, I will for Kai put on, let's see here, Vapor Thrust. This is another thing that's also useful about training moves. You always had, since XR, not in X and X2, like in X and X2, she would do like a little bit of like a little pop, 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 pop when standing still. In XR, she would go like this and then go. So it's been a thing since at least XR, but not since plus R. Not in plus R or before that. I'm pretty sure they only added it in yeah, so invulnerable moves will still get through. So like Ryutsui will still lose to like DPs and stuff like that. But if your opponent is not DPing or otherwise doing anything, you have enough time to just like throw whatever the fuck you want. And we go from there. So yeah, card Ryutsui is card Ryutsui will fuck you up. Basically. The exchange for that is that card Ryutsui loses certain combo properties that are otherwise very useful. So now that we've kind of talked about the card system and the way that works, now let's go look back at her normals, right? 5P will whiff on crouching opponents, but it's basically her fastest button next to 2P. But it does not, it will whiff on crouching opponents because of how high she's standing up. Right? So ideally if you're trying to like mash out of pressure, you want to use 2P instead. Right? Because 5P will whiff. However, as an anti-air, 5P is still pretty good, right? So we can do that. And Ryujin will still hit from that, right? The main thing is that like 5P being a little faster makes it good for like scrambles, but it doesn't have upper body invul the way that like 6P does. So 6P is a little slower, but it has the upper body invul. Yeah, like 6P is 9 frames, 5P is 5 frames, so it's still a little slower, right? But still useful. If you manage to somebody but do note, however, that, for example, Jam's 6P on grounded opponents does knock them back really far, so you want to be careful about that. 5K. This move is a low. While it is the 7 frame startup, it's a little bit slower. It's a little slow. By appearances, it's not that much slower. And if you're careful about where you hit it, right, you can in fact like stuff people who are doing some bullshit. And very importantly, you still get 2D as a Gatling cancel, and that will hit from nearly anywhere, right? You also get 6K as a Gatling cancel. And we'll get to that in a minute, why that's important. Far slash is this button. And still cancels Ryujin. It does also combo with 5H pretty neatly, so you can do that and stuff, right? So basically, especially like if you manage to get like a counter hit with, this, demonstrate something that's very. Then you start getting into like the spicy stuff. Right, so you manage to counter hit with that, you can do that. So yeah. And especially being able to like get the launch into 2H will be good for reasons that we'll talk about a little bit. So you can use it as a poke, especially in situations where you're like, alright, I just kinda wanna like spot somebody really quick. While Jam does not like physically like slide forward or anything, you can still use it as like a pretty good poke. And at max range, you can't really do that much with it, but you can still get a Ryujin, nothing else, right? And we can't complain about it. Pushes them to the corner. and the situation afterward is not too bad, etc. 5H. This move I mistakenly thought during my breakdown on last stream was not a normal, which is my mistake. No, it's a normal. Right? So, Jam's 5H, pretty standard, right? Like, you don't get any other Gatling options out of it, but you don't really need them because you can do Region, you can do Rock Shoot, you can do Gekirin, you can do Ritsui, right? So you don't necessarily need a lot of cancel options out of it anyway. It is pretty good on block though. So, one of the main things that is important here is one of the things that's kind of like really important about Jam in particular, right? Hello everyone, very happy to learn everything about this character by not owning this game. Hey Val, good to see you. Yeah, we're in the middle of the breakdown right now. So, the main thing with Jam in particular, and this is stuff that I'm not super well versed on, so I'm going to be careful about how I talk about it. The main thing with Jam is that in this game in particular, while she does not have her endless like Gatlings and stuff like she did from the older games, she does have a lot of really good frame traps, right? What is a frame trap? Well, if you want to look it up more, if you want to get more examples, you can look it up on, you can do like FGC fgcglossary frame trap and see what you get. But to define it in simple terms, a frame trap is essentially, hey, I pressed the button. This button, I am safe enough that I can press another button afterward, and if you didn't do like a DP or something, you eat shit. To demonstrate this point, I'm going to have Kai for his counterattack settings. Let me just do this real quick just so I can make sure that I have this information. Okay, so yeah, you see how Kai has his crouching, like his 2P, it's 5 frames, right? So, you'll notice that, right? And then even if we switch him to counterattack, I think his standing punch should probably be about as fast. Yeah, okay, good. So yeah, you notice that, so basically, in essence, this is what a frame trap is, right? If Jam is safe enough after certain buttons, right? I can actually throw out a button of my own and still punish, right? So, as an example, right? Jam's close slash is so plus that I can, if I'm careful, throw out like a 5k afterward, right? Bup, 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 and we go from there. That is what the frame trap is. If you press a button, right, that happens to be safe enough that you can then press another button afterward, and punish your opponent for trying whatever it was they were doing. I'm not entirely sure if... Yeah, there we go. Some of it is also I just have to get used to the hit stop, the block stun. But yeah, see? I can do like stuff like this. Oh, I messed up. It wasn't counting. It was a punch. But, you know. Or, really, right? That's one way of frame trapping. Or, in certain situations, right? If you really want to get, like, really nasty with frame traps, that is where frame traps get nasty, right? If you're hitting with a button that is plus enough, you set it up such that, like... But the trick, of course, is that you have to, like, actually... The trick for frame traps is also that... I definitely didn't buy it to listen to the OC watch the story mode. Hey! I'm not judging. Do what you feel. But yeah, the main point of a frame trap is that ideally you set it up such that like whatever button your opponent presses afterward sets them up to basically get counter hit. That's the base. That's sort of like the base thing of a frame trap. The trick usually is that you still delay your button press afterward in order to basically force the counter hit and then do whatever, right? So, so yeah, that's mostly so yeah. That's what Jam's game plan, and it, to an extent, it also revolved around frame traps in the earlier games also, but it's especially true in this game with the way that offer normal moves, right? Not all of them, but many of them. So like with with 5H, right? 5H is -4 on block, so, and with the way that the pushback works, right? As far as counter hits go, right? Like, 5K is a little bit too short. So I don't quite know the frame traps from it yet, but you can kind of go from there. Ah, here's the thing. Hold on a second. I was just looking at the Dust Loop page just to see a couple of things. Okay, no. I do still need him to block. I just need him to not press the button. So we're going to come down to counterattack settings, turn that off. Okay, that's the trick. So, at normal ranges, it's +4, right? If you space it correctly, which I'm not going to get too deep into the weeds, I'm trying to figure out exactly right now. But basically, essentially, if you space it that you hit with, like, that's going to be true. It is possible, based on what I just saw, to either make it either, like, yeah. If you get the spacing exactly right, you can get it. Dust Loop says you can get it to +1, which sounds about right. But basically speaking, with 5H in particular, this is where you get it for stagger pressure. It's harder to use it just like raw dog, but essentially speaking, if you space it so that you hit with the very tip of it, you can get near to like +1, which is where the stagger pressure really comes in. Though in the corner, you also have other options because, you know, you're not getting pushed back as far and all that other stuff.
Danger.
2P is as fast as 5P, but like I said earlier, it doesn't look like whiff. 2K is also pretty useful as a low. So you can't Gatling into it, obviously. But you can cancel from 2K into 6K. So you can get like card or whatever. Right? However, it is also a lot easier to just do like 2K 2D, and then you get the hard knockdown and can do that, or 2K 2D, step forward a bit, and then you're in range to like do 2H stuff. Right? So yeah, basically 2K is a nice little poke their toes option. If you're worried about the range, you can just do 2D, card. Very, very classic jam shenanigans as far as that goes, right? Okay, ad break. We're gonna go over to the AFK screen again while ads are going, because again, I want to make sure that nobody's missing the jam breakdown stuff. So, I'll see y'all in a bit. Stretch, do all that other stuff. We'll be back pretty soon. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1, and action.
Henty!
The jump to the sky turns to a rider kick.
There's only one person who can stop, and that's me. Hey everybody, my name is Sean, but call me either that or SJ. As I say on my own channel, make games, I play games, games make do basically.
Did you really think that I was going to let you hit me with that? No.
Guess what? I'm still alive, motherfucker.
Going too fast is no good.
Shut the fuck up. What else you got? I have to hit button. Button hit good. This no count, no good, self-absorbed. Giving free turns goes against my professional ethics. I saved your ass! Yo, the nerve of this motherfucker. The absolute gall. The complete stinkiness.
Do you see these motherfuckers? They stole all my shit!
Fuck out of here. Fuck you. I don't give a fuck now. Stank ass, punk ass, smelly ass motherfucker.
Yo! Not with the deep cut!
My brain is full of eels. Anyway, so, Fuck. We should just play this fucking video game. Damn it. That's not fair. No, that's fighting dirty. You can't do that. Just because it's correct doesn't mean it's right. Just for that, I'll teach y'all to talk to me about the consequences of my own actions. And now, this poll that I'm not going to look at the results of yet, I'm lying, I'm going to look right now. Jesus fuck! Why are y'all like this?
What was the reason?
This is all according to my calculations. We will probably be fine. God damn it. Can somebody clip that? Going too fast is no good. You facetious motherfuckers. You really are gonna stand up in front of God and everybody. Oh my fucking God. No. No. I can't fucking stand you. How dare you? How very dare you? You right, but shut up. Give me a church. I told y'all I was gonna get a church, and I got a church. Apis above be praised. Amen. Amen. Hallelujah. And peanut butter. Praise be to Lord R.N. Jesus. For in our time of need, he has provided. Can I get a blessings to R.N. Jesus in the chat? I have to behave. I have to behave. I have to behave. I have to behave. You know what? I'm just gonna do this.
What kind of just nonsense did you just... What in the hell do you mean? You put me on your whole motherfucking screen?
They're all gonna die. Somebody clip that.
Okay. Ads are done. I just wanted to be sure. Alright, we're back. Okay, so I was talking about Gems. We were done with her standing almost, talking about her crouching almost. Okay, so let's get into the crouching almost. I need to turn off negative penalties. Let's get out my numbers. Training settings. Page settings. No. Turn off. Just shut up. Stop nagging me about negative penalties. Don't care. Okay. So, 2P, 2K, right? The 2P is the same, it's largely the same as 5P, except that it's going to hit on crouching opponents. So most of the time, if you're trying to get out of pressure, you want 2P instead. Right? Unfortunately, you cannot cancel into, you can't cancel into 2K. So if you do 2P 2 times, or like, if you do 2 times to confirm, you need 6K in order to like actually set up for something else, you know? Pardon. 2K, it's a little more... So, here's the thing, right? 2K is a little faster than 5K, but 5K on block is... 5K on block is... It's even on block. So you can like do... It's very easy with 5K to like... Right? With 5K it's very easy to just like do this shit. And kind of like just pester people like that. And if you're able to micro walk enough, you'll get close slash out of it. And close slash is a monster. We'll go back over to close slash. I really didn't talk about it. 2K is a little bit less safe, right? But it is a little faster, so you can use it to just like annoy people. Right? If they're not expecting it, they can get zapped by 2D, and you get to do other stuff afterward. And if they don't block, like I said early, like I was saying before the break, if they don't happen to block 2D, easy card, right? As a jam player, like 2K 2D is one of the things, even in older Guilty Gear games, it's good to have that on deck. Just as a thing to use sometimes if you manage to get like a sneaky 2K. As a starter. And then when you're ready, in the older games, when you're ready for more intricate combos, you can try to Gatling out to something that lets you get something else that lets you get a 2K after a couple more, a 2D after a couple more hits. But in this game, 2K 2D, pretty valid for that. Now, Jams 2S. Traditionally, it's been pretty slow, right? Or sorry, not slow. Sorry, that's wrong. Short range. right? Like jam 2S is something that you have to place very carefully, but I will note that, like, 1, it's a low attack, to be entirely clear. So, jam, this is something that's very important. The only crouching move that jam has that is not a low is 2P. 2K, 2S, and 2H, all of those are lows. 2D is a low. He has Ryutsu, which is also a low. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. She has all 5 of those are low. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right? Like, those are all lows. All of those are low attacks. And as far as overhead, she has Gekyuin, and she has 5D. Oh, right. Sorry. One other low. 5K. So, Jam has 6 lows. Right? One of which she can do while standing. So, the main reason why that's important is because it allows you to really do a lot of threatening of high-low, right? With a couple of different things, and with Gekyuin in particular, because of the jump, somebody's trying to, like, mash a low in turn, or otherwise, like, try to keep you out that way, Gekyuin Hop will take you over. Now, the thing about 2S, right? So, while 2K is longer range than 2S, keep in mind that with 2S, right, you can Gatling back up to 5H, or even to 2H if you feel like it, but, like, it does not combo from 2H unless you get a counter, right? You can also, however, use let's see what we get for stagger pressure out of this. So yeah. You can, for example, right? That was too slow. But if I do, right? Even with Kai's, like, mind you, right? Mind you, unless Kai uses, like, Vapor Thrust or Ride the Lightning, or somebody's, like, an Invo move, right? Notice, I literally just let, like, I let 2S rip, and then we go from there, right? And keep in mind that in Guilty Gear, if you need a move to get a little bit of extra range, you can do a dash. If you're using a normal and you dash a little bit first, right, you can get a little bit of the slide from it. So, right, it's very easy to do, like, that. Right? So if you need to get a little bit of extra range, you do a dash. Right? If you do a dash first, and keep in mind that you do have, like, a dash macro in this game. So, like, right? If you piano the input a little for the dash macro, or even if you do it manually, you just wait a little bit. Right? You can make certain things work. So yeah, like as a dashing normal, 5K, like as a dashing normal, for example, bar slash is a little dangerous, because if you mess up, you're gonna get punished with, like, the fastest normal if somebody's paying attention. But, like, 2S on the other hand, right? Dash 2S, dash 2S, 2S, 5H, bam, right? Very useful. And then if 2S counter hits, combo options open up a lot more. So case in point, opponent status. Right? you can do stuff like that. So normally that doesn't hit as like a punish, so I should be careful about that. But like if it counter hits, you can do stuff like that, right? Okay, that actually works. Wasn't expecting that. No, wrong one. You want? Nope. Yeah, so that works, for example, right? Right? And now here I am at this distance. Very scary, right? So yeah, like Dash 2S, people, they regret everything in their lives, right? So, 2H, right? Like I said before, it hits slow, it also launches, right? And depending on like certain things that you set up, right? You can do stuff like that. You can do setup for certain things, right? You can frame trap with it from out here. So like I'm gonna see if I can do it correctly anyway. I'm testing some of the things. So when I say these things, I'm also testing some of what people are saying on Dust Loot, just to feel it out, to kind of see how this works as I'm going. Because I haven't done this much. I haven't done labbing in this particular dimension. Yeah. So you remember how I said before that, oh yeah, like if you do like dash bars, like see like that. Oh no, I got tagged by the extended hitbox, right? Lol, lemao. And mind you, that's with forced counter hit turned off, right? Counter hit is not forced here. So if you do like right? So yeah, like whenever you're doing like other stagger pressure, right? People are trying to mash out of it. If they do something with invul or whatever, it's gonna break through. But if they don't and they're just trying to mash, they eat shit. Right? And in the corner, that gets even nastier because it leads to something else that I'll demonstrate in a little bit, but not yet. I don't think you can do like a micro walk. You don't have enough time. Possibly with like Geki, with like carded Geki ring, I think. Let me see something. So we do yep, so we do card Geki. Make sure okay, yeah, we're cooking. It involves a move that we haven't talked about yet, but I'm gonna show y'all anyway, because I think it's cool. We'll get to that in a minute. 2D I've talked about before, right? It's kind of fast for a 2D. It has really good reach. You can cancel into card gain. Very useful. Though that said, for something really sick about 2D, that counter hit 2D, people eat shit because the launch is high enough that you get to do this. I messed it up. Wall break, by the way. Or that, if you really want to get like 3 cards in exchange for that. But Chokaku is better for wall break. So yeah, there's that. So the thing about 6B is that while it does knock back pretty far, anti-air counter hit is really where it shines as a move, as far as like, right? See that? As hard knockdown, you could do that, right? Right, and then go from there. So, like, you do this, I messed up. You do, like, can't give in, and go from there, right? We talked a little bit about 6K already, but to sort of briefly go back over it in a little more detail than before, right? 6K, basically, if you're like, I got a light and I just need to confirm to stop something, right? Go from there, right? Let's see what happens on counter. Okay. Oh. Hold on, I didn't realize that. Oh, that's actually kind of... Ooh. Okay. Cool. So, you can either let it rip for all 3 hits, and that lets you disengage to like -4, and the pushback is pretty good. However, with the proration from with the extra hit stun from the from a counter hit, you can cancel any hit of it if you feel like it. So I can do like that pretty easily. Even without counter hit, I can do like that, and that still works. Without counter hit, Ryutsui doesn't work, but I can, if I need to let it rip, then do Ryutsui, and I'm pretty good. So yeah, it's also pretty safe on block, like -4 on block, and the pushback is pretty good, so you can kind of chill. Doing stagger press after it is a little risky, but very useful. Now, let's talk about this other move. I've used it a little bit, but I haven't talked about it. This is Jam's. Well, her close slash. Well, we'll talk about these two together. I skipped her close slash and I skipped 6H. So, close slash. This move. If you look very carefully, I am doing what's called a micro walk, right? After the move hits, I'm stepping forward a little bit and then pressing it again. You can't do this all the time because it does involve you walking forward. So if people catch on to you doing this, keep in mind that it does leave a little bit of a gap that people can punish, but it is, people aren't paying attention to it, they will get hit by the micro walk. The better you get at micro walking, the best idea is that basically, if you're really good at micro walks, you can like take a little step, do it, and be in close enough range to do close slash again. So, here's the thing about close slash that makes it such a dangerous button. A couple of things, right? First things first. Not that. This. On block, you can't see it because Kai is jabbing back, so I'm going to turn off the other thing that he was doing, counterattack, shut up. So, that's +3 on block. Jam is moving 3 frames before. Like if you get close slash, Jam is moving 3 frames before you. So, as far as like pressure goes, and how you enact pressure from close slash with Jam, basically speaking, right? If you do another one with a properly spaced micro walk, people eat shit, right? 5K, people eat shit. Because essentially you do that, and you throw out the 5K, it's like 5K basically has like a good 3 frames shaved off. It's like it has a good 3 frames shaved off its startup. So people get stuck, right? Cancel to 2S with a little bit of a delay for stagger, or immediately to catch people off guard. 6H. So let's turn on the counterattack settings again, and let's take a look at some of the things we can do with this. Right? If you if you do it immediately, obviously it doesn't work. But if you stagger a little bit, watch. Right? You can stagger a little bit and force the counter hit there, or you can do that, right? Keep it blocking, and then get the pressure hit from, and then get like the staggered hit from 2H, right? Or Ryutsui is still relatively safe. Get you in to go over somebody's head and punish, right? Not Ryujin, because Ryujin's not a good idea, but like, yeah, so like as you can see, right, like, if you even like delay a little bit, go from there, right? Even with 2P, right? And the important thing to note here is that, and this is the property we're going to talk about in a minute, in Guilty Gear Strive, if you... Are you in inside? Hey Lambert, we're just going over Jam, how she works, talking about some things about her gameplay that are important to know. So we haven't started fighting anybody yet. But yeah, you'll notice that, like, with Jam in particular, right? And it's something important that is worth talking about in Guilty Gear Strive, right? Right? Stagger, like the stagger pressure that you get off of, like the stagger pressure that you get after this is very, very frightening. You can do a lot of things. This is also jump and dash cancelable, by the way. So, like, if you use it and you're like, oh, I need to bait something, lol, jump, you can dash. Still plus enough to block afterwards. Right? So, like, pressure monstery stuff. Very, very good. Now, the thing that's very important about close slash with Jin, and it's very important for Guilty Gear in particular, so this is why I'm going to bring it up. If you hit an opponent while they're crouching, the amount of hit stun that happens afterward is usually greater. So it enables... So the fact that it does that is the reason why, for example... like, 2S, 2H doesn't work as a combo just because of other stuff. But generally speaking, if an attack forces crouching in Guilty Gear, the hit stun is usually if an attack forces the opponent to crouch. Traditionally, that means that in Guilty Gear, you have enough room to like actually follow and put somebody under the gun. Close slash is very important because when it does this, it also allows Jam to combo into 6H, which we'll talk about in a minute. And that allows her, on top of all the other stuff it can do, it allows her to then do stuff like that, right? You can even do it twice and it'll work. Wall break. So yeah, Jam's close slash is really good, but you have to be like in to make that work, right? And because of the fact that it does do this crouch, forces crouch, that's what allows you to combo naturally into 6H. Between that and the cancel, you get to go to 6H, which allows you a lot of other things to do, right? From Ryutsui, you basically get that, done deal, right? With Ryujin card, wall break. It's done deal, right? So yeah, 6H is a really, really scary button. It has a very slow startup, right? And basically, you can frame trap with it after close slash. Let's see what works here. Yeah, so trying to delay it... Yeah, trying to delay it doesn't quite work out the same way. Alright, Sebby. Okay, ooh. Okay, that does work. I thought so. Oh, that's so nasty. So yeah, so yeah, basically speaking, so like on block, it's like minus 10. Oh, let's... Is it? No. Why does it say minus 10 there? That... No, it's like plus 5. What? It's like on block minus 10. Am I... Is it me? Am I the doofus here? Hang on. No, I'm looking at like, what do you mean minus 10? What? Okay, there we go. That's why. When it's not... If it's raw, it's minus 10. I think. Okay, no, they're right, I messed up. It's because Kai was doing a jab after. So yeah, minus 10, but it pushes them out like this far. But yeah, basically speaking, as far as like Jam 6H is concerned, if you really need a launch, 6H is what you're sort of aiming for, right? So the easiest way is like after close slash, because you get to do like the Gekirin. You can't do it like twice off of a Gekirin, but off of uncarded Ritsui you can, and that gives you wall break. Carded, this doesn't work off of carded Ritsui because with carded Ritsui, what happens is that all the enhancements to carded Ritsui make it so that all that stuff is a little faster. So ideally, right, that's sort of the setup, right? Something like that, where you're like, Ritsui, and then you can do other stuff after that, right? It also has a follow up if you do it also has a follow up if you do 6H afterward. Afterward, it does that. Also, still cancelable like that, by the way. Also, still cancelable like that. So, so without cards at least, right? You can do something like this. If you get close slash as an example. Hang on. Ryujin, because of the launch height, Ryujin won't work after that, but if you do, I think you can probably still do this. Let me try it. Nope, wrong one. It'll work. It might work. Let's try this. Nope. Okay. Or it might cause. We have to see. So near to the corner. Nobody got stuck. That's annoying. Yeah, I'm gonna have to like do a thing with my buttons after this is over because some of them are getting stuck now. So even yeah. So probably like this close to the corner. It'll work. And now you all get to sort of see, like, as far as like, oh, how does SJ learn combos? Kind of like, the key is not to go fast necessarily the first time. You want to take your time and think about your. Yeah. So near the corner, you get that. At mid screen, you can't do 6H 6H. At mid screen, you have to stop after the second 6H, and just do Chokaku right there if you want to be able to get it to come out. You might be able to do her other super and still get a wall break if you do double, but I'm not sure. You can try it. You have to be a little closer to the corner. It's not as reliable. So it's just better to do the other super in that situation. Jam's jumping buttons are all pretty good for different things. JP is really good. Like, as an air to ground, not so much. It's a little short. But it is very fast. It's better for air to air. JK is really good for air to air because, like, look at that shit. You can also use it while rising and, like, yeah. As you can see with Jam's JP, if you're doing it immediately as you jump, it's not an instant overhead, but it's pretty good for catching people off guard if they're not expecting it. You can also use it for jump cancels and stuff like that. JS is a little bit slower than JK, but is also it happens to be like useful for like other stuff. You can also like actually cancel it to JD, so you can do like stuff like this. Ryujin, right? Ryutsui, which does not combo. Gekirin for overheads. Hey, Auto. So yeah, useful for that. You can also jump cancel JS, which lets you like do 3 jumps, which I do that a lot. And then basically what has basically always been Jan's best normal, JH, the pinwheel. Like, basically, the startup is a little slow, but if you time it correctly, I'm not gonna say it beats everything, but it hits a lot deeper than like JS does, for example. Crosses up, it can hit very low and just like otherwise annoy the shit out of people. It's a really good move. You just have to time it very carefully, but it is just it's a nasty move. Very good for ambiguous cross-ups and things like that. Fucks people up. It's really good. And then, of course, her throws. Okay. As for throw, Jam's throw is pretty good. You used to be able, in most games, like use it for like charge stuff. In this game, you should only really do that against opponents who don't know better, because it depends, right? You do have like 6 frames. You do have a lot of frame advantage to work with, but if you want to be able to set up pressure. So let me phrase that a little different. After you get a throw, you have 2 options. If you want to move in closer to then be able to do meaty pressure, that's fine. But you have to it's either that or stock a card. Right? So like if you do this and then stock a card, you're like around +5 or +6. Which is maybe if you're spaced correctly, then you can like throw like a 2K or something, not a 5K. 5K is a little too slow. You can throw a 2K if your timing is good after card to try to like agitate people. So when you throw with Jam, you are essentially making the decision at that point between do I want pressure or do I want to get a card? And that's always been Jam's thing, right? If you're playing Jam for the first time and you're like, I gotta throw, what do I do? In most cases, I would recommend that you are just okay with like giving up the Oki for a card of your choice, and then that gives you the option to kind of like shit on people afterward the next time you get a throw. I do also want to note that like Jam's dash is very quick, so with Jam, what you'll be doing a lot is, and this is very important, right? Because of the fact that like Jam has all of this staggered pressure, like what I showed you before, right? You also have an option sometimes of just like going, lol, I'm gonna do this instead, right? So one of the things that you sort of have to make sure that you're working on with Jam, pick those, dash those, things like that. Because she moves quick enough that you can take advantage of that in a lot of situations. And once you get a grab, if you already have cards, then you're free to just set up like meaty close slash or whatever you feel like. Or if you suspect somebody's gonna like wake up throw or do some other stuff, and with something silly, you know, you have options, right? So apparently, one of the things that you can do after a throw in the corner is that, and we'll talk about what this is in a second, But basically, if you do this, and do 2H, and then that, you will safe jump a reversal. It's apparently a full combo on hit if it counter hits, and it's like +9 on block. But we'll talk about how that works in a second. Air throw is kind of whatever. I'm not going to go into it. But yeah, basically with Jam's throw, the main thing is that you essentially, once you get it, you are making a decision between, do I want cards or do I want to be able to set up pressure? My general recommendation personally, and this is because this is the way that I play Jam. This is the way that I play Jam. Other players may be like, man, whatever, IDK. My personal recommendation as far as like playing Jam is concerned is that if I get a throw and I have no cards, I would prefer to at least card up with Gekirin and then go from there, because Gekirin's combo extensions are pretty good, pretty heat. That's my usual preference for cards. Ryutsui carded is obviously very good, and you want it for pressure and stuff like that, but it kills your combo. It kills your combo extensions unless you have meter for like a roaming cancel. So I tend to use it a little bit less. So like if I throw somebody, my personal card order is definitely Gekirin first. And then if I'm doing like another one, I might go for Ryutsui, or I might go for Ryujin next, and then maybe Ryutsui last. Not because card Ryutsui is bad, but because mostly it shines primarily as like a pressure or poking tool. And at least in my initial just getting used to it, I've been finding that I have much more use for Gekirin for combos and extensions, or Ryujin just to threaten being able to like pop somebody in their shit instead of flying. If absolutely necessary. And that's been generally like the way that I handle it, right? So, there are two other special moves that I haven't talked about, and one of her super moves that I haven't. So we're gonna get into it. So, let's talk about some of it. One of Jam's other key features that I have not talked about from earlier games that is still in this game is Hochifu, or parry. It is not. In the previous games, you basically just needed to do like a 4-6 input, so like back forward. In games pre-XR'd, it basically has 1 frame of startup, which means that and it has no whiff animation, which means that if you do it, people cannot see you doing it in PXR games, and if you parry, Jam parries a hit, and then like people eat shit basically. I think it works against lows also, but I don't remember for the previous games. I think it's still possible to like get around it, but I think it's possible to like avoid it if you're using lows in the previous games, but I would have to double check. In XR, it was still a 4-6 input, but it had a whiff animation. In Strive, it is quarter circle forward punch, 2d6 So you cannot like lock and do it. You're basically committing to being wide open when you do it. And it has 5 frames of startup. Now, the main thing is that it is the main thing about it is that while it has 5 frames to start up, it is active for 14 frames. When she does go into counter hit recovery afterward, so you can't just like parry whatever you feel like. You can't just parry willy-nilly, because if you fuck up, you're gonna get hit. Right? So Let me see. Where are my recovery? So yeah, like you see, you can then use 6p afterward in order to parry. So nice, fast, invincible, safe on block parry. Overall, very much a pain in the ass to deal with. You can, in fact, parry projectiles. That is a thing you can do, right? And Jam also does... She doesn't take chip damage when she parries, and she does gain tension, right? From those, right? Now, what if we get nasty? Hold on. I don't know if I actually managed to catch it there. Yeah, I think I did it the first time. So let's see here. So yeah. So as an example, right? So yeah, even again, if you're plus enough, right, you can even use it against stuff like Ride the Lightning. The wiki also lists that in certain circumstances you can parry certain moves, not do anything afterward, and just the block, and then be so plus that you can like. The case in point, right? Let's try this. Wrong. Right? You can still block afterward and still be plus and like blow people the fuck up, right? There are certain moves where if you just parry and do nothing, the frame data changes depending on that because it's based on what move you parried more than anything else. But if you're ever like, well, I got it, I think I'm close enough, you can literally just do 6p after the parry and it's a done deal. So parry counts as a special. Jam has two other special moves I haven't talked about, so we're going to talk about them now. First special move I haven't talked about that is also very important to like the pressure mix-up, it's called box shoot. 2-1-4x. Quarter circle backslash, right? In previous Guilty Gear games, she had a ton of follow-ups off of this. She used to be able to do like box shoot into a slide called Mawari Komi that was like strike and voll, or most of it, and you slide past opponents so you can slip around them and throw them. She had two moves called Hyapo Shinsho and Senri Shinsho, which were both puffballs. She still has puffball, but only one. She also had the ability to do a split kick, Hamon Kyak, which has largely been replaced by Ryutsui. And of course, there was also the option of like basically doing nothing and breaking. In Strive, this has been simplified down to like two things. You can box shoot break by pressing any button except heavy slash during the start of box shoot. Right? Which allows you depending on like the move, right? To then get in and do stuff like that. Or if you press heavy slash during Bakshu, you get Hyapo Shinsho, puffball. Right? Now, one of the other things that's important about Bakshu that I wasn't aware of that is still helpful to know, right? You can, as you saw, right? I didn't even stop breaking, right? I have to practice this slowly to make sure that I get the inputs correct. But if you do it correctly, I'm not very good at it. I only managed to do it once. But basically, if you do it quickly enough, you do have the ability to actually cancel Bakshu's active frames into her overdrives. So, the input for Bakshu is 2 and 4s, right? So it's a little bit difficult to pull off, but if you do Bakshu, and then you're able to do the other input correctly, you can do that. But the key is, like with anything, right? So, obviously that's not, like this is not, right? Like, because Jam is coming to a full stop before I get it out, right? So very clearly I'm not doing it fast. But the key with learning how to do difficult inputs like this is that it's about learning how to do it cleanly. If you can do it consistently, if you can do it consistently at a slower speed, alright, dipping out, have a good one. Alright, later, Cookie. Thank you for stopping by. But the basic idea is that, like, as you practice that, you can get faster. But, all that said, the other follow-up, aside from using break, or, like, doing a super out of it, if you're squirrely, is, Kyapo Shinsho, puffball. The thing with puffball is that, at very close range, at very close range, right, Bakshu is, sorry, puffball is really sensitive, right, on block. However, as you can see, like, the hitbox is fucking huge. So, the main thing, especially, right, you backdash and you can backdash and then use puffball to bait somebody into doing something and then, like, pop them in the nose, right? If it counter hits, you can do 2, right? It's a link, so you have to, like, wait a little bit and then go from there, right? And dash in afterward, or, right, if you're really feeling froggy, right? You can use puffball after a lot of situations, like basically force people toward the corner. But on hit, you know, you don't get a lot out of it. Unless it's a counter hit. Counter hit puffball, like, people have a bad time. Now, last move to cover before the next ad break. We're going to go a little bit longer than 3 hours because I've been talking a lot, but also just because, like, I want to get some games. I know that some of y'all have been, like, thirsting for blood, and I've just been talking. I've been yapping a lot. I know that y'all appreciate the yapping, so I'm not saying that to say, oh god, I'm not playing enough game, this is bad. This is also just me going, I do want to actually get some games. So, with Choji, which is 214K, right? This flip here seems pretty unassuming, right? Couple things. You can use, if you wait a little bit after using it, you can cancel into other air normals or other air actions, right? So it's good for mobility in that case, and it's a command jump, which means that, like, if you hit with a cancel normal, you can then do it and go from there, right? Now, the main thing that is very important here is that with Choji, when you use it, you also have the ability to do special versions of Dam's 3 kick specials. So, oh, damn it, there's the ad break. Alright, third ad break. I'm going to get into it a little bit later after third ad break. So, enjoy the AFK. I'm going to go get something to snack on and stretch out, and then we'll go catch on a bit. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and action.
Henshin!
The jump to the sky turns to a rider kick.
There's only one person who can stop, and that's me.
Hey everybody, my name is Sean. They call me either that or SJ. As I say on my own channel, make games, I play games. Games make you basically.
Did you really think that I was going to let you hit me with that? No.
Guess what? I'm still alive, motherfucker.
Going too fast is no good.
Shut the fuck up. What else you got? I have to hit button. Button hit good. This no count, no good, self-absorbed. Giving free turns goes against my professional ethics. I saved your ass! Yo, the nerve of this motherfucker. The absolute gall. The complete stinkiness.
Do you see these motherfuckers? They stole all my shit!
Fuck out of here. Fuck you. I don't give a fuck now. Stank ass, punk ass, smelly ass motherfucker.
Yo! Not with the deep cut. My brain is full of eels.
Anyway, so, fuck. We should just play this fucking video game.
Damn it! That's not fair. No, that's fighting dirty. You can't do that.
Just because it's correct doesn't mean it's right. Just for that, I'll teach y'all to talk to me about the consequences of my own actions. And now, this poll that I'm not going to look at the results of yet, I'm lying, I'm going to look right now. Jesus fuck! Why are y'all like this?
What was the reason?
This is all according to my calculations. We will probably be fine. God damn it. Can somebody clip that?
Going too fast is no good. You facetious motherfuckers!
You really are gonna stand up in front of God and everybody. Oh my fucking God! No! No! I can't fucking stand you. How dare you? How very dare you? You right, but shut up. Give me a church. I told y'all I was gonna get a church, and I got a church. Apples above be praised. Amen. Amen. Hallelujah. And peanut butter. Praise be to Lord our and Jesus. For in our time of need, he has provided. Can I get a blessings to our and Jesus in the chat? I have to behave. I have to behave. I have to behave. I have to behave. You know what? I'm just gonna do this.
What kind of just nonsense did you just? What in the hell do you mean? You put me on your whole motherfucking screen?
They're all gonna die. Somebody clip that. Oh no. Not again.
Y'all do what I think y'all did.
Y'all can't bully me like this. Y'all got me all kinds of twists turned up right now. I don't know what the...
I applaud you, but also, god fucking damn it.
I would just be like... Fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I should be fine. Fuck all of you. No! No! No!
That's not how this works.
I am the danger. Oh yeah! I'll respond to that, but fuck! That's shit! Fuck! That's all I have to say in response, you know? If you are into fighting games, JRPGs, game design talk, and all that other kind of stuff, please feel free to follow me over at twitch.tv/SJH Says Games. I can't fucking stand y'all. I can't. Y'all are the absolute fucking worst. I love this fucking community so much. Y'all are just the best. You know that? All of y'all. All of y'all in here. I appreciate y'all so much.
You got the straight mom seal of approval.
Also because I'm handsome.
Good job.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. And action.
We're back. So, yeah, we're going a little longer tonight because I eat But NES, thirsting for blood. I did see that chat. I did see that chat response. Thirsting for blood. Well, yes, I know my community. Anyway, all of my like shit posting aside. So Choji, I was talking about it before break, and then break happened. Let's get into it. So with Choji, Jam has all of her air actions after using it after a certain point. So like I can dash, do whatever, right? Because it's a command jump, I can cancel into it from other normals. So, right? And of course I can't do stuff like Ryutsui and Gekirin, like Ryutsui and Gekirin and Ryujin I can also just all do independently in air anyway. But when they're done out of Choji, they all get different properties, right? At least if you do them quickly. If you wait a little bit longer, right, then they take on their normal properties, right? Alright. When you do it out of Choji, they all have different properties, right? So, Now, so Chojin Ryujin, as you see, right? So regular Ryujin has a little bit more of an angle to it. Out of Chojin, not so much, right? You fly a little straighter. Apparently the launch on hit is also much higher. So let's see. Yeah, the launch is a little bit higher, so I can see that, right? Gekirin after Chojin has a much lower height, right? So like the height is much lower, right? Because like regular Gekirin is like this, right? Like regular Gekirin is much higher up. Gekirin out of Chojin is much lower, so it works really well for like low crushes and things like that. Even more so than the normal one does, right? So if you're doing stuff, right, you're like, haha, lol, I can do Chojin in the middle of a string, get a little bit higher, do it there. And like, I can do Chojin in the middle of a screen, then of a string, reset, do it there. Or if you choose to wait, right, you can do like, whatever, wait a little, then do it, and there you go, right? Ritsui out of Chojin, apparently it does not go as high, and it goes a little bit further forward. I have a hard time seeing the difference, but okay, I got that wrong. Let me phrase that slightly more carefully, sorry. I should phrase that more carefully. Ritsui has a shallower arc, so in other words, like the air version of Ritsui, so the ground version basically, the ground version is like this. Let me step back. Right? Step back a little bit, the ground version does that. The air version basically travels forward a little less, from what I understand. So it's a little bit easier to space it for plus frame, essentially. So when you do Chojin, right, you get that very same, like, slightly shallower version. But I should note that basically, however, from Chojin, Gekirin is the most different. Right? Because Air Region still has like that more horizontal thing. But like that's Gekirin normally. That like Chojin Gekirin, it's a little harder to see, but like Chojin Gekirin is a little shorter in terms of like how high up you go beforehand. So this is a little bit of a callback to a mechanic that Jam used to have in the older Guilty Gears that she does not have in this game. So if you go back to play the older Guilty Gear games, listen to me very carefully. So, Chojin as a move is present in this game, in Accent Core Plus R, possibly in other revisions of Accent Core. I do not remember very well where it has or has not been like a... there are certain games where it is only accessible to Jam in like her EX form, but I can say for sure that in her base moveset, for games that have in her base moveset, Accent Core Plus R definitely does. this game does. But leaving that to one side, in games between Guilty Gear X, where Jam debuted, through to Guilty Gear Xrd Rev 2, there used to be a mechanic that initially was a glitch, but something that they wound up leaving in anyway, where if Jam did Yujin or Gekirin, I'm not talking about Ritsui because it wasn't a move at this point, and the move that was affected by this, the other move that was affected by this glitch aside from these two doesn't exist in this game, so we're not talking about that one. There used to be a thing where if you did an instant air dash, right? Which in this game, like basically the input for it would be like what we call 956. In other words, up, forward, into neutral, and then forward. If you do that quickly and then do a Ryujin after in the older Guilty Gear games, you get the same sort of like slightly floaty. You get a sort of floaty and different trajectory Ryujin. But more importantly, if you do an instant air dash and then do Gekirin in the older Guilty Gear games, so from X all the way through to and including Rev 2, if you do an instant air dash and do a Gekirin, essentially speaking, the arc that you get from that is that. The behavior is the same. What happens in the older games is that if you do it correctly from an air dash, sorry, not an IAD, my bad. IAD meaning instant air dash. I might have this backwards because it's been a little while since I've done this. I'm going to go check to make sure that I'm not lying. I'm going to go double check this right now so that I don't tell lies, because I do not believe in spreading misinformation. Spreading misinformation is for chumps. There we go, my bad. It wasn't IAD. You doing it out of an IAD is not quite the way to do it. I sort of misremembered the way that it worked. I misremembered a little bit, which is why I went to go look at it just to make sure that I could do this well. So, here's the thing. In the previous Guilty Gear games, if you just did an air dash, not an instant air dash, but an instant air dash will work. If you just did an air dash with Jam, if you do Ryujin, the sort of properties of the Ryujin, like Ryujin's travel distance changed a little bit. With air dash Gekirin, you would basically get like a near straight down vertical drop while still doing it. And that is essentially what they've replicated with sorry, I had a moment where I'm like, did I do it? That might have been it, because I don't think yeah, that's it. You remember how I was trying to practice earlier doing this? Notice that like we didn't see Jam do that, which means that I did it while the frames were active. So, like, basically how you can tell that Jam either naturally did a break out of Bakushu is if the sparks, if she does any kind of break out of Bakushu, the sparks come early, but if she goes long and then does it, that's how you can tell that she didn't do it otherwise. Okay, I'm not gonna stress about it. That's pretty cool. I'm very happy about it. So yeah, basically speaking, the reason why Chojin is back in this game is mostly so that, like, it is a little bit easier to do, like, the kinds of pressure that you would do with Air Dash Gekyu. But, like, it doesn't work that way in this game anymore, right? Like, if you try to do... At least I'm pretty sure it does. I'm pretty sure they figured that out. Yeah. Like, so, it used to be in Guilty Gear, right, that if you did an Air Dash and then did Gekyu in quickly enough, you would get, basically, you would get something akin to that instead. They've taken it out of this game, but in exchange, it works that way with Chojin now instead. Right? It's still in the older games, so if you want to learn how to do it, you can over there. Keep in mind that the older games don't have dash macros, so it is a lot harder on the hands. Now, we've already seen Jam's cinematic super, Chokyaku Koryomon, right? Now, you have to be careful about how you space it, because if Jam is above the opponent, right, it is possible for that move to miss, right? However, because of that fucking huge ass step forward, the hitbox is also not as big as it looks like vertically. Horizontally, it's pretty generous. Vertically, not so much. But because of how much of a big ass step she takes during it, right, can't do it twice. Right? But end result, yeah, like... Right? I wonder. I don't know if this will work. This probably won't work. But I'm gonna try it. Yeah. Scaling's too much. But then I wonder, is the wall carry enough? Because the wall stick might not last long. Yeah, nah, so probably safer just to do only two. So yeah, Chokyaku Koryomon is really good. It's Jam's only reversal. Like her only actual reversal. You can use parry at, like, you can't wake up with parry without risking getting your shit rocked. But this move is completely invincible. I think at least till its first active frame. I don't know for sure. It isn't like super listed out, but it's like 10 frames to start. So it's probably invulnerable at least until that 10th frame. So it's the only real reversal super that Jam like actually has in terms of like stuffing people the fuck out so they don't do stuff. Now, aside from that, she also has this is called, the actual proper name for her card is called Asanagi no Kokyu, Breath of Asanagi, right? Her other super, Asanagi no Kokyu Shinki Kaiten. So what this does is it will power up all of her cards at once, but does much less damage than Chokaku, right? So where this is useful, right? The very obvious application of this is situations like this. Let me do this correctly. Damage is much lower, but in the corner, right? In the corner, when you do Asanagi Super, you get all 3 cards, you get a wall break, you get positive bonus, and it's a wall break from an overdrive. So even with the tension penalty, you are now free to like walk up, set up meaties, do all sorts of other stuff that is just extremely like violent and miserable to people. It's very good. And that's Jam in a nutshell. I know that took like the better half of like an hour and change, but like very specifically with Jam, the sort of main benefit to playing her is essentially that you get an incredible amount of close range pressure. You get an incredible amount of close range pressure that basically just lets you ruin people's shit. Oh, can I edit it for everybody? I wonder. I like to edit my art. How can I do that? We're just gonna do quick tower because reasons. I'm gonna be using Jam's Guilty Gear Exard theme, just because I like her. I like the theme that they gave her for this game, but I like the theme that they gave her in this game. It's just that sometimes I long for the old days. So we'll do Bao Babble Nose, which is her old theme from Exard. Her pre-Exard theme is called just Babble Nose, which is also pretty good. So I'm gonna have to start thinking about them. So my main objective for any games I get today, I'm gonna just try to focus on extra stuff. And see if I can start like getting my brain around that in particular. Because the thing that's tricky in particular about
We've got a newcomer. Are you ready?
I have fought a Unica like never basically, so I'm probably in hell. Let's go. Woo.
Duel 1. Let's rock.
Oops. I'll hold it.
Duel 2. Let's rock.
Not gonna kill, but I know it's hurt.
Slap. Duel 1. Let's rock.
Okay. Ah, nice. Yeah. I still don't quite know how to deal with Unica, so I'm probably gonna wind up eating shit this matchup. It's okay. Ah, mistimed it, maybe.
Duel 2. Let's rock.
I don't know what happened there. We got disconnected, but my game didn't close, so I'm not really sure. Disconnect from the server. Okay, network error. Just Strive being Strive, I guess then. That's annoying though.
We've got a newcomer. Are you ready? Here comes Daredevil. Man. Duel 1. Let's rock.
I bursted because I thought I did a roaming cancel because I thought they were going to burst and they didn't. I did the wrong thing. You should have literally broken the wall. Like that shit. I only barely got out, so I can't like talk too much shit. But like the fact that they were like, no, I'm gonna keep sticking to the wall. Like, no, you had the meter. You should have just broken the wall. Yeah, not safe enough. Oh yeah, they got the micro walk. I saw that.
Slap. Duel 2. Let's rock.
Baited.
Slap.
So yeah, this gym, they have a pretty good sense of spacing, and they have like the micro walk, double close slashes, and I don't. Yeah, fair. I'm not convinced that like.
Slap. Duel 2.
Yeah, and I'm not. Yeah, I'm not trying to like. I'm trying to be careful about how I talk about people because I don't want to like be like rude. Yeah, that was not a space time I walk. I got fucked up. That's my fault. They didn't have enough meter for a super, so it makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, no, I already cursed it. Okay.
Duel 3. Let's rock. Slap.
Yeah. And this is why when earlier when they kept wall sticking me, and they didn't go for super at some point during those wall sticks, I'm like, you're fucking it up. In my case, I kind of forced the issue by doing shenanigans into card Ryutsui, Roman cancel card Ryujin, but I'm not going to say that there are no situations where you want to just constantly wall stick people. Sometimes you do, but it is usually to your benefit in this game in particular, especially if you tend to be meter hungry. Like, go for the wall break. You should wall break. Hey, Otto.
Duel 1.
I was like, for someone who's like, let me steal your tech, I'm like, Otto's real quiet all of a sudden. Ooh, but that makes sense. Hang on a second. I have not fought New Giovanna, and I know that, like, with all that yeah, with everything she's doing with Chave, I know I have no clue how to deal with that shit. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not even upset about that. That's fair. But thank y'all from Yato Stream. Yeah, Geo versus Jin. Like, this is obviously not a matchup I've had before. So, Nah, it stole my soul. Yeah. Let me shout you out. I don't think I have any mods around.
まあね、ジャガーに が生えた程度だったけど
Just chatting. That's a surprise. But I guess you may have also not felt like being in the mines, which is fair. Yeah, wow! I got hit by... Oh. Yeah, Chabe. Yeah. There we go. And this, okay, that makes sense. Yep, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I should have known. That close slash is still bullying me. God. Yeah, nah. That's my fault. I was never a very heavy jam player. I should have known a little better. Oops. No, he's up. Oh god. 2D, please. Yeah. Basically, once they started adding all this, like, all of this command dash stuff to, like, how Giovanna's, like, good combos work, I sort of checked out of playing the character because I think it's cool, I just don't enjoy doing it. Whew. Guessed correctly on Puente, but yep. Yeah, it's fair. And then timing for the wall break, but was it? I think it was at least above 50, so I took a little bit of extra damage. Yep. So the reason why they did that jump and then didn't do anything is that they were expecting me to burst there, and I didn't burst. Partially because I wasn't thinking about it, but also just because fuck them, I didn't feel like it. No, really, I just wasn't thinking about it. If I'm being honest about it. Like, joke memes to one side, I literally just wasn't thinking about bursting there. So yeah, you see that little dash that you see Giovanna doing before a lot of her specials? That's called Chave. Shave, I think. So what? So yeah, what Chave does for a lot of Giovanna's specials is it enhances them in some form, and so what winds up happening is that in any situation where Giovanna gets to set up, the enhanced properties of Chave usually wind up letting her do some very painful stuff. So yeah, the part that makes this very difficult is that, like, Dio basically wants to play in sort of the same space, in sort of like the same space that Jam does, and is roughly as mobile, but she also doesn't have to worry about, like, getting her engine started. if Jam does not have the opportunity to like get cards, he has a harder time. Obviously. Basically, that's the way that I look, right? I didn't want to do that. I'm gonna get hit. I was trying to do super. I was trying to see if I could do super after the pickup, but I don't think it would work. Which is unfortunate. I'm a little sad. But I was a little greedy there. After the 2H hit, the thing I was trying to do that I messed up is I was trying to try out this thing, which is after the ground throw, you do... You basically do you do 2H Chojin Gekyuin, at least according to the wiki, and it's a safe jump, and I was trying to do that and I don't have it down yet, so I shouldn't have done that. I should have been a little bit less greedy.
Man. Duel 1. Let's rock. Counter.
Ah, damn, messed up. Yeah, fuck, I got this out.
Duel 2. Let's rock.
If I hadn't gotten Stick of Fusion, it would have been better. But unfortunately, I got the Stick of Fusion. Damn it, couldn't tell which one. So when Faust does the triples, when Faust does all those scarecrows, if you can tell, if you look very carefully and you see which one lights up its eye, that's where Faust is going to appear. If neither of them do, then he's coming in from overhead. Wall break. Damn it! Done deal.
Duel 2.
Alright.
Let's rock.
No. Path too predictable. Mix. Yeah, no, you don't get to get the fucking bugle. So, yeah, the thing with Faust and the items in particular is that if one winds up behind him, basically the way that you keep him from getting it, if he wants to get it at all, is mostly by, you just gotta... I didn't want to do 2S after that, I was trying to do card. That, but I messed it up. Probably didn't have enough meter for anything I should have gotten involved with. See? Yeah. So, like, sometimes, like, even if you're like, I don't have super, I can't get a hard knockdown, sometimes you should just wall break. Because even if it's a soft knockdown and you both reset back to neutral, if you wind up getting, like, if you wind up getting advantage from that, then that works out to your favor. I didn't want the full charge there. Yeah, you see how none of them lit up, right? Gotta be careful now because banana peel means that I gotta keep on that. Ghost. Nope. Pop. No. Yeah, that side. I don't know if 6P would have reached in the situation where Faust, like, jumped up. Meteors are coming. Couldn't tell which one that was there. Yeah, that's fair. Mix. Roaming cancel. Messed up the 5K. Yeah. I tried to be clever there. Yeah. Fucking 6H. Ah, tipped out. Dang. Yeah, Faust is annoying to fight because, as you see, like his limbs are very lanky, and so as Jam, you can swat some of the ones that extend a little bit too long and too far out. But if you're not paying attention, it's very difficult to do that. And so Faust can be kind of annoying to like catch out in certain aspects like that.
We've got a newcomer. Are you ready? Here comes Daredevil. Mankind. Duel 1. Let's rock.
I should have maybe done tough ball, but I'm not sure if I would. How does Strive deal with the patch? We just started games, so I'm not entirely sure yet. But generally speaking, I kind of like the changes, at least to me, make sense, even though I understand why there are some people who are, shall we say, not happy. I get it. Ah, wild throw. Headbutt. Ah.
Duel 3. Let's rock.
Good burst. Ah, no, I thought I baited it successfully, but no, guess not. No, you're good. You can chill out. No. Stop using Bandit! Stop using Bandit Revolver and Bandit Bringer so much. Why you got fucking clapped. Unga bunga ass shit.
Duel 1.
Stop it. No. Yeah. Souls are about as unga bunga as always. Yeah, patch is good, I think. I'm just sitting and learning a couple of things and trying to like actually adjust specifically to the pressure things that I should be doing with Jam. So, oh yeah, it is reverse safe. Oh, that's so sick. I can't do that all the time though. I'm gonna be careful about that. Pretty easy to get careless with that, I can already see. You're dead.
寝てる場合じゃないよ。
So yeah, we're still pretty good. Soul players do the things that Soul players do, which is, you know, yell angrily and volcanic viper.
We've got a newcomer. Are you ready? Here comes Daredevil.
Like yell angrily, volcanic viper, prophet.
Duel 1. Let's rock.
Dead first. It is the same soul that I fought last time, so I need to. I'm a little more. If I'm paying a little more attention to the things they're doing, I can figure it out. I gotta start doing the 6H if I can confirm. Damn it. Good enough.
Duel 2. Let's rock.
There we go. Yep, good DV. Revolver. Ready Bringer. Good burst. Good throw. Volcanic Viper. Damn it.
Duel 3. Let's rock.
Fuck. Fuck. Yeah, I got it. Yeah, I got cooked. Cookie cooked. So yeah, the other thing about it is that for all that I make jokes about, like, yeah, soul players are just kind of like reckless and kind of bummy sometimes, it's mostly because they get away with it. not in the sense of like, oh, lol, Soul carries Soul players, but very much that, like, if you are very good at hedging your risk reward as a Soul player, you get a lot out of it. Bandit Bringer should not be that big. I'm messing up. It's me. I'm messing up. Okay. So, that's good to know, though, that even Ryutsui... I don't know if Ryutsui is definitely safe. Gekirin might be, but Ryutsui... 50-50. No. Yeah, can't do full charge after that spacing. Yeah, and it caught me trying to mash wake up though. That's fair. So basically, as far as cool, Jam still has her got killed by a light attack animation. She just does the think mark. Good throw. Yeah. So I thought so. If I'm not greedy, I'm a little bit less greedy with my pestis, then I'm okay. Good throw. Yeah. With Bandit Bringer, I think maybe if I have like a real Galaxy Brain moment, I have one answer that I can try, but I don't know if I can pull it off correctly. I'm kind of scared too. Bye. Okay, Hochifu, I did it. That's gonna wall break. And then he's plus. Yeah, essentially, I think the way that I have to shut down the Bandit Bringer, it won't stop Soul from doing it, but I gotta I either have to just block correctly or Hochifu it, I think. Yeah, because like basically, yeah. I'm gonna have to think about that. Because with Bandit Bringer, the main thing is that like, with the way, if I fight the Soul again, I'll be able to try a couple other things. With Bandit Bringer in particular, the thing is that while you can't punish it on block, you can't always, the Soul spaces it correctly, it feels like, I shouldn't say is, because I don't know, it feels like there is a very good chance that depending on the way that Soul spaces it, it becomes very difficult to then pick up and punish it because of the spacing. I don't know for sure where that lands in order to determine it. I could probably try parry it if I get the timing right, but that might be asking a lot. Because I have to make sure that I do it just late enough. I have to do it just late enough to make sure that I actually can't catch the frames of Bandit Bringer, because it does have a delay on it. That's fair. Yeah, I couldn't. Fuck you. There we go.
Positive bonus. Slap. Duel 2.
There we go. Oops.
Slap.
Ooh! Ha ha ha! Japo Shinsho!
Mankind.
And that's why Puffball's really dangerous.
Society.
If Jam has the time to like actually set it up and needs to do it as like a spacing check, it hurts a lot. Okay.
Positive bonus. Slap. Duel 2. Let's rock.
I might have missed the timing.
Slap. Duel 3. Let's rock.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. So Dizzy makes this match difficult mostly because of the stuff that y'all are seeing, where range is sort of like what lets her really kind of work her stuff. And like stuff like meaty icicle is like really difficult to work around, obviously. And then when she turns it into ice field stuff, it lets her work around her own like mobility issues because now everything is slip slidey world. And from far out, he has that to sort of help cover the air in angles that like I can't quite reach. I keep forgetting I can't do that. Yeah. Yeah. So, and more or less, this is pretty much the way that a lot of like Jam's rougher matchups go. Whenever Jam is in a situation where the opponent can like keep her out with normals or other long range stuff, Jam has ways of getting around it. It's not hopeless, but you have to work a little bit harder at making sure that you're not about how you're trying to approach.
Here comes Daredevil. Duel 1.
Oh, I never fought Lucy. I know she has debuffs. Good burst. Always break the wall. Or almost always break the wall, I should say. Ah, damn it! Just a little too short range to punish. I should have done 5S. I hit 5H thinking of reach. I messed up. Cooked. Yeah, I have no idea how to fight against Lucy because like I wasn't playing a lot of Strive during season 4, so I'm kind of just going off of what I can observe. Good burst. Yeah, I tickle a lot with Jin.
Duel 2.
So if you, so it's one of those things where like, oops.
準備は待たないけど 行くよ
Nah.
Slap.
I don't know what you were prepping, but with that life lead, I know that she has a bunch of quick hacks that she can like do to the opponent as a way of like messing them up, but I didn't like actually investigate anything about what they do. I don't know shit.
Slap.
Yep, there we go.
Duel 2. Let's rock. Perfect.
Ooh.
寝てる場合じゃないよ
So yeah. Getting a wall stick with Ryujin is not ideal because then you usually have to break with something quick. So that much I'm figuring out right now. Because mainly with Ryujin, because of how high it leaves you up, you have to move quick in order to like actually
We've got a newcomer. Are you ready?
yeah. Alright, I might as well go look up Lucy, because I don't know what she does, and that is scary. Ah.
We've got a newcomer. Are you ready? Here comes Daredevil. Man. Duel 1. Let's rock.
Here's the view. Hello, also the chant color. Yeah, of the ones that I got for buying for loose, it's probably the best one. Okay, so Nagoriyuki is an interesting. Okay, so yeah, he can straight up shut it down with each other. Alright, not a good idea to try that. Alright. Probably should have done the other one, but I don't know if it would have hit time. I don't know, I did 6 H's to launch it, so it would have probably. Chat, I have. Shut up, Lambert. The first thing you say in several minutes, and it's to say that. Shut up. I might be dead. Yeah, because I hit 2K. I'm a man of the people. We need insurance. We do. We do. This is true. But also saying some bullshit.
We've got a newcomer. Are you ready? Here comes Daredevil.
Mankind knew that they cannot change society. So instead of Duel 1, let's rock.
Okay. So yeah, the thing about Nagoriyuki, people who don't play a lot of Strive, it's kind of self-evident from the way that he hits. He's a pure power character. The main thing with Nagoriyuki is that as he uses more special moves, the basic idea is that he using special moves causes his blood gauge to fill up because he's expending more energy. Hitting with normals, especially those that like cause blood to like sort of swirl around him, lower the blood gauge. Essentially speaking, it's a balance when playing as him between can't get over like that. If I blocked that, I would have been fine. But I can't jump up high enough to stop Wasada Yuki. That shit reaches too far up. It's my fault. If I blocked instead, I would have been fine. There's no way, even if he had meter, couldn't woman cancel it, etc. etc. Yeah, basically, so Nagoriyuki's whole thing as a character is that basically the whole thing is that if Nagoriyuki hits you with a lot of normals after using his specials, or in the process of using his specials, he lowers the fill rate of his blood gauge, which keeps him from like basically from popping, which is, unless you are in very specific circumstances, you do not want Nagoriyuki's blood gauge to pop. That is not a thing that you want. If it does that, you are usually in trouble. And this is why. Because when Nagoriyuki's blood gauge pops, he rapidly loses health even as his moves, even as some of his moves become very strong. unless you are in very specific circumstances, you really do not want the top if you can help it. Yeah, like basically, literally, if Nagoriyuki pops in most circumstances, not good. He doesn't want that. Usually, even like the absurd power that he gets from being in full bloodlust is not worth the other stuff that happens, like the lack of health. Like the health drain usually makes it not worth it. So he does want his blood gauge at least a little bit full because it does slightly extend the range of like his normals and a couple other things that he can do. But he does not want it entirely full. You are usually threading the line between needing it relatively close to full and having it drain. But the main thing is that if Nago's blood gauge is low enough, then like he can afford to get a little wild, and he doesn't suffer too much from it. I'm getting too predictable with that approach because I've been sniped at that 6p way more often than I would. Ooh, the back step. Go ahead, pop, buddy. Yeah, like again, Nagoriyuki popping, literally, mostly all you have to do is make sure, don't block it, just make sure that you are far enough away when he pops that you can jump or otherwise be out of the range of it going off, and then he eats shit.
We've got a newcomer. Are you ready? Here comes Daredevil.
Mankind knew that they cannot change society.
So yeah,
So instead of reflecting on themselves,
if Nagoriyuki pops, the health drain, from what I'm seeing on Wikipedia, the health drain alone cannot directly kill him, but it will put him in a situation where, like, you know, you're having your health drain a ton, so you eat shit. Yeah, very good. Good burst. Very good burst. Good. Otherwise, he would have been in some shit. I messed up the input. I was doing my reversal input for Chokyaku, and I don't think I did it fast enough. Because I was like, if I was also an impatient as fuck jam player, I would probably do that bullshit too. Alright, yeah, you're awake. Oh, unfortunate. Alright, that's fair. Can't get upset about that. Basically, trying to set up that is a little trickier. Alright, fair. Yeah, alright. You're too awake for that. Yeah, fair. I should be using 2S as a poke slightly more often than I am, I think. Yeah. Okay, this jam has a better grasp than I thought. I'm trying to see if I can absorb anything from him beating the fuck out of me, but I don't know if I can.
Duel 1. Let's rock.
Yeah, okay. Yep, so yeah, Ryujin as the wall stick is not something we want. That's my fault.
Duel 2. Let's rock.
Not bringing up movement, I feel like. Just leaving aside like the combos and stuff.
newcomer. Are you ready? Here comes
It's the same jam I just fought, so I might get fucked up again. Double the jam, double the peanut butter, as they say.
Mankind knew that they cannot. Duel 1. Let's rock. Positive bonus. Positive bonus.
Fuck. Yeah, that's why JH is so good. Okay, so basically... Yeah, this jam has more, basically better combo theory and sense than I do, so it's gonna be rough. Charge Dust as the launcher, not even for like the Dust combo, but just to keep me in the air longer for other juggles, which is interesting. I will probably not remember any of that shit. I messed up and didn't moment cancel early enough. If I moment canceled during the hit. There we go. If I had moment canceled during the Ryujin before, I could have just hit and not have to deal with all that. Yeah. There's stagger pressure, which I am admittedly not as good at. Part of this is definitely that they have a better understanding of stagger pressure than I do.
Duel 3. Let's rock.
That's fair. I should have been watching it a little more carefully, see what they were going to do. Because, yeah, Mitsui. I don't really care. 9th floor or whatever, it's fine.
Let's rock.
I gotta be careful about that. Part of that is a stagger pressure tricks. Yep. Yeah, there's the stagger pressure. So you saw those two 5Ks? 5K, 5K, that's the stagger pressure that I have to really work on integrating at some point. Part of it anyway. Like, I know that part of what my main issue right now is that I don't feel confident with where and how I can exert stagger pressure. Yeah, and then stagger pressure again. Yeah, so basically where my gap is stagger pressure. Like, I don't have that.
Move on to the next war. We've got a newcomer. Are you ready?
Yeah, literally it's just stuff like I need to work on stagger pressure like this. Like stagger pressure with 5Ks, stagger pressure with like stuff like this for setups. Like a lot of that's not second nature yet. And I may be trying to think about too many things at once. So I may have to just like simplify my game plan a little bit and just focus on try to focus on making sure that I'm converting combos even if they're short, so that I'm putting out damage, and then we go from there.
Duel 1. Let's rock. Slap. Duel 2. Let's rock. Slap. Duel 3. Let's rock.
I know we're on that break now. Oops. Yeah. Second hit. Yeah. I wasn't sure it was gonna hit the time.
Slap. 仇討ち是非なし阿ビギ天のホース千成敗お上のホース何とぞよしなに縁魔何とぞよしなに縁魔 Duel 1 Let's rock
Yep. So yeah, Vikin's whole thing, I realized I'm trying to put on focus face to sort of figure out what's going on, so Vikin's main thing is that he also plays like a very aggressive, like close mid-range sort of game. And like with things like her flashes in particular and S Kabari, where she does this little tether thing, that essentially lets her run a very aggressive and angry sort of like angry sort of play. In an ideal world, we try to avoid getting caught by Kabari as much as possible. No, it's not. Yeah, the hard part is that I keep messing up the setup in the corner after throw. I keep messing up the setup in the corner after throw, but I keep doing the other one. It's a little rough, but like trying to work around like Viking slash and getting fucking punked is a little rough. Especially with Yozansen, like that sweeping move, that is an overhead. And it just happens that like that, it is an overhead. And it does hit on both sides of her. So basically like the way that you deal with it is that if you know that like heavy Yozansen is coming, it's literally you more or less predict it. There we go.
Duel 3 Let's rock 討是非なし阿炎に天のホース千成敗お上の松何とぞ吉名に閻魔何とぞ吉名に閻魔殿
We've got a newcomer. Are you ready? Here comes Daredevil. Duel 1. Let's rock. Slap. Duel 2. Let's rock.
Yeah, I could use the Hunter. Yeah. Fiver. Didn't have enough Fire Pharaoh. They would have probably gone for that. Yeah, so I think I gotta like dial back what I'm thinking right now to just kind of like just get used to feeling out like actually doing stuff, and then continue to work on like some of the things I want to do more consistently a little bit later. Yep. And they're still going.
Slap. Duel 2. Let's rock.
Yeah, it's fair. There we go. Haha. And that's why we do that. I also like how they did art like also RTL's not safe like that, but you can't keep doing that. Good throw. sure if there's nothing after it. Can't do that anymore. If he hadn't tried the air dash, I would have eaten shit there, maybe, depending on what he did afterward. But there we go.
Duel 2. Let's rock.
Yep. Nice Azure. I stood up, and that's why I got hit by that. Unfortunate. Let's see though. Yeah. So like, yeah, ideally. Yeah, that's why ideally you don't want Ryujin for all six. And clean hit. Very good. No. Fumbled several of those times, but that's fine. So yeah. This is more or less how Sin also is. This Sin player has a pretty good understanding of how much luck to push. Even stuck in a still growing, which means that they did their homework and read the patch notes. So yeah, for me, definitely I'm in a position where I
We've got a newcomer. Are you ready? Here comes Daredevil.
yeah, basically I'm in the position right now where like by virtue of the fact that like my stagger pressure is kind of shit because I don't have Gatlings to rely on, I need to I gotta do something about that.
Duel 1. Let's rock.
Yeah, like that's stagger pressure. Like y'all saw how that soul did like two close slashes in a row. Like that's the kind of stagger pressure that I sort of need, or just with other buttons mostly.
せろ
Oh, really? Really? Alright. Alright. The reason why I said "oh really" is because that thumbs down that I got is if you're fast enough and you have your taunt button mapped, you can taunt somebody after they die, and at least if it's not like match point. In older Guilty Gear games, that would give your opponent a ton of meter, or like full meter on. Huh. Fucking Soul players though, arrogant little shit. I don't know if they'll run it back. They may leave. I feel like they might have left, but we'll see. All right, they didn't. All right, let me see if I can run this back. Because now I am a little bit annoyed. Vortex. Good. They might have been doing that to try to catch it first. Stop. Really? Alright. What a dickhead.
Mankind knew that they cannot change the Duel 1. Let's rock.
They're letting me take the round. I was about to say, if they're letting me take the round just so that they can crush me later, I'm going to be extremely annoyed. Real dickhead energy, but... The burst fake. That's my fault. That's my fault. I was pressing the button falling right on top of you. Got it. Okay. Yes, I get it. You're really good at this game. Unless they quit just now. I don't know. That annoys me. I'm annoyed. I'll admit it. That one annoyed me because like aha, lol, like lol taunt. But I didn't capitalize on a lot of that. So as much as it annoys me, a lot of the hits I got, I wasn't capitalizing on them very well, and so I got fucked up. It is what it is. And I can admit that. Part of my own annoyance was mostly that I want to say that I understood certain parts of what was happening there, but I could not keep up. So I acknowledge entirely that that's on me.
Got a newcomer. Are you ready? Here comes Daredevil. Mankind knew that they can. Duel 1. Let's rock.
Yeah, Venom is interesting because oh, Robokai. Oh right, I forgot. Boxu goes very low, so I can, if I'm careful, I can Boxu right under Stinger Raid. If I'm careful anyway. Here we go. Here we go. There we go.
Duel 1. Let's rock. Counter.
Yep. Oops. I wanted to beat Sui there, but I was mentally asleep. Nope. You cheating!
負けただけじゃ嫌でしょ
Duel 1. Let's rock.
Yep, fair. Yep, that's my fault.
Duel 2. Let's rock.
Oops. Okay. That is part, so Robokai is part of our team now. Alright, that's good to know.
Duel 3.
Maybe makes sense. Yeah. With Venom in particular, sorry, I realize I'm focus facing because some of these are matchups that I have literally never played in this game specifically, so I'm like I have to think really hard about like how to do the things I need to do. Venom's whole thing is that he has certain special moves that lay down billiard balls, and then he can use those as extra cover for other things that he would like to do. And so one of the things that becomes, it's not as impressive as it was in previous games, but the main thing is that if Venom gets an opportunity to set up a lot of balls, then basically, provided that he is careful about how to hit them and how to move them, you get bullied really hard.
We've got a newcomer. Are you ready? Here comes Daredevil. Mankind new. Duel 1. Let's
Yeah. There we go. Yeah. I'm just gonna have to keep working on the stagger pressure stuff. There we go.
Duel 1. Let's rock.
Yep, the burst. Stop. Powering up. That's not safe. You can't do that at that distance like that. It doesn't work. There we go. Sun dippers, not safe like that. You stop doing that. Okay, right. Gotta be a rock. Oh, power fuck. I actually got hit by that twice. Yeah. How do I keep doing? Part of it that's not helping is that for some reason I keep reflexively doing. I don't know where my muscle memory is coming from for 2 and 4S. Which is the annoying part. I keep doing it in certain spots and it doesn't do anything without me like actually following like, you know, anything else. Not doing it, and I don't know where it's coming from. I didn't want to charge it all the way. Yeah, nope. Thank you for the free punish. Yeah. So the thing about Stun Dipper, like the little slide kick into the slash that Kai keeps doing, you have to space that if you want it to be safe. This Kai is not spacing it correctly, or was not spacing it correctly, and so they kept eating shit when they tried to set it up because they weren't spacing it right.
got a newcomer. Are you ready? Here comes Daredevil. Mankind knew that they can. Duel 1. Let's rock.
Yeah, good. God damn.
Duel 2. Let's rock.
Okay, so then, I... Okay, really? I mean, I guess it works, but like that...
Duel 1. Let's rock.
That's fair. Exactly. You're gonna have enough of that bullshit. Nah, this sham is real. I was annoyed at first because I'm like, I thought I was getting gimmicked out by a couple of things that I just wasn't responding correctly to. I thought so, but no. I can see a lot of it. Their movement is better. Their confirms are a little sharper. I'm not quite keeping up in a lot of different ways.
Duel 1. Let's rock.
Made the right bet at the right spot. Yep. I'm not using Gekyun at all. And I keep charging Gekyun and I'm not using it. Part of it is because I'm not confident about like where I can stand and not get wake up thrown. Yeah, I can do that too. Sucks, doesn't it? And, oh wow, it's almost 1:45. I think I got a little more vim in me. Let's keep it. What is that?
We've got a newcomer. Are you ready?
Okay, yeah, it was that. Okay, so yeah. Okay, that's what it was. I see. And I just need more confidence with that and stuff like that. Let me go back and look at the other buttons that I look at some of this other stuff that I saw last year. 5H
We've got a newcomer.
is not a staggered pool. So it's setting it up. That comment with Bridget, that feels cursed.
Here comes Daredevil.
That somehow I don't like that. I don't like that combo. I don't like that comment. Not because there's something inherently wrong with the comment by itself, but with Bridget, no. No, I don't like that. If you couldn't see it, don't worry about it. But just understand, I don't like it. I don't think it's. You might be. Like, it's just that, like, with Bridget specifically, it feels like with Bridget specifically, it feels like in my brain I'm like, no, actually, no. With Bridget, I don't like this specifically. And I don't know if it's on purpose. It feels targeted, is what I'm going to say. He's still as difficult to deal with as she already is. Like, well, he's the mid-range. Alright. Yeah, Starship. I know how you like dealing with her play. Yeah, she is. I'm trying to be much more forgiving with myself for not having, like, my pressure strings and stuff down yet. Because that is what is leading to a large part of the difficulty that I'm having presently. My pressure is really ass, because I have not acclimated to specifically how you apply that pressure in this game. I am way too used to, like, I'm way too used to having, I'm way too used to having a lot of Gatlings to sort of I'm used to having a lot of Gatlings to enforce pressure with Jam, and I don't have that now, which means that her pressure has to come from very specific buttons that I need to be using specifically to generate pressure. And that's a little tricky because I'm still playing Jam, right? Which means that, like, to a certain degree, my options are limited by, basically my options are controlled a lot by how well I move, and if I'm not moving well enough, then I don't have a lot that I can be doing. Case in point, right? Like, as I get better with applying certain types of pressure, I will have probably a much easier time doing certain things. Yeah, I wasn't getting rid of that. I ate a hit for that. Yeah, okay, fair. Good use of the rolling to avoid like actually committing to something. Do it. No, you didn't start ship. Of all the times to not start ship. Alright. Yep, that's my fault. And yeah, this is the part that's gonna be annoying. Because as long as she doesn't have to commit, I basically just kind of consistently keep eating shit. Yeah. You see how I did that little 5k right there just to like tech Bridget at that range? Like, it's that kind of stuff that I need to be making better use of so I can do things like kick throws and things like that to get my engine going. That's the word. Yeah, Puffball traded, but Roger Super doesn't have any invincibility, but given that, like, Roger basically just kind of, like, angles whichever fucking way he wants, I should be almost complete. Yeah. Bridget is really annoying to deal with. If we get this Bridget again, I will do my best to go. That we might, only because of the way that like the power pool works. I will try to go very quickly so y'all don't have to read that fucking cursed ass comment. Or if I see them again, if they come up as the match, I'll cancel it. Because y'all don't want to read it. Not in the context of the way that Bridget works. It's just like, no. This feels targeted somehow. If it was most other characters, I probably wouldn't care. But with Bridget, it's like, we don't have to do this. You may not have been thinking about this on purpose, but like... Anyway. But yeah, no, Jam is pretty fun. It's just that, like, I have Hit for pressure. Nope, not. There we go. Let me just do one. I'd like to practice a couple of things with pressure strings. I think that is the thing that is my pet button. Yeah. Part of it is that I am just not. I'm not pushing buttons quite hard enough when I have certain things together. To a certain extent, I think.
Duel 1. Let's rock.
I'm not trusting my buttons enough. I feel like it's like a 50-50. I'm hesitant to press buttons in certain spots and just like otherwise push my advantage in others, and so I keep giving up opportunities. I'm a little too afraid to fight. To fight raw is what I'll call it. Yeah, because I realize that like the thing that I am aiming for a lot is that I keep thinking about I want to get cards, and that might be holding me back a little bit in terms of like actually putting myself in a position to like earn the space that I need for it.
Duel 2. Let's rock.
Yeah, it's just that one. But they don't have nothing for that. I don't have anything here. It's even. What happens here? There we go. Yeah, I gotta get a little loose. I think that's the main thing. Until I really spend some time like lapping out some of the other stuff, I have to more willing to just kind of take the hits that I get. I'm too busy I'm too busy thinking about how to set up optimal everything in a situation where I should really be focusing more on just like getting stuff done. And that's affecting my ability to like actually, you know, do anything first.
two, let's rock.
There we go. Good throw. Yeah, I need to be more willing to just kind of like let rip with shit. Not that I shouldn't be thinking at all, but that like the more that I think about how to do like the best version of everything I'm doing, the less like actual damage I'm doing. I can, and like optimizing is not a bad thing, but like I can save a lot of like optimizing for like, you know, after I've gotten just a general feel of like the things that I shouldn't be doing. I hadn't even noticed ad break started. Yeah, I tried to jump, I got fucking caught. Yeah. That's part of it. It's literally that I'm thinking too hard about trying to optimize a lot of things, and that when you're just learning a character, rushing too fast to optimize is too much problem. Can I explain the rabbit? The rabbit is a man who at some point ate some of Jam's food and thought it was delicious. To my understanding, when she wasn't looking or otherwise wasn't aware of it, somehow it was so good that it turned him into a rabbit, and so she assumes that the man ran out and did a dine and dash on her and is looking for him, while the entire time he is Usagi, the rabbit that she is holding. That's the rabbit. That's the story behind the rabbit. It's something like that anyway. I haven't actually like done her arcade mode, but you know, that's, to my understanding, been the thing. Oh, of course, in hindsight it should have been obviously if we were so good at Tournament into Rabbit. I like this premise. Yeah, as weird as you think Guilty Gear is, it can always get weirder. That's pretty much the rule of thumb. Yeah, like, as weird as you think Guilty Gear is always weirder. And I'm gonna leave, yeah, like, if I really went into it, we would be here all night. And I know that as much as many of you love my dulcet tones in, nerding out about these things, we would be here all night. And at some point I do have to sleep. I am a simple human being. Yeah, there we go. I'm getting slightly better results now. And I'm not thinking, not that I'm like, not that I should be like no defense at all, but when I think less about trying to do everything optimally immediately, I get better results. Oops. No. There we go. That was all my meter, but I'll get a wall break and there we go. That's fair.
Duel 3. Let's rock.
Make it though. Oops. I actually forgot my fucking input for Bakushu for a second. Nah.
Slap.
負けただけじゃ嫌でしょ
Duel 1. Let's rock.
There we go.
Duel 2. Let's rock.
Good first. Oh, huh. He still has that. An interesting air string. There we go. Finally getting to apply some jam pressure. Like basically, like that's the kind of pressure that I need to be able to apply more frequently.
We've got a newcomer. Are you ready? Here comes Daredevil.
Oh boy, it's Leo. Ooh.
Man. Duel 1. Let's rock.
So yeah, to explain Leo's whole deal, fuck. So,
Duel 2.
I think with the ad code, I don't know if it works if you try. I don't know if it works if you do it as a reply. You might have to just do it like raw. I don't think it works as a reply. Either that or the bot's asleep. But so Leo's whole thing is that he has specific moves that will back turn him, and while he's back turned, while he can't block, he kind of just becomes like a pressure machine. When God invented the word gorilla, they invented it for the purpose of describing Leo and Leo pairs. Is the simplest way to put it. That's the simplest way to explain the way that this character works.
貴様の敗因は俺と戦う
Duel 1. Let's rock.
貴様
Duel 2. Let's rock.
Yeah, basically when Leo is in back turn stance, he moves a lot faster, and it's just generally kind of like just insufferably capable of pressure. It's not fun. So basically the way that you deal with Leo when he's back turned is you try not to mash, especially if he's already on top of you, because if you mash while he's back turned, you're probably going to get hit by something. How is Leo even holding his cross swords? There's like there are grips at the spot where he's holding them so that he can hold them the way that he does. It's a little hard to tell because, you know, he doesn't sit fucking still, but there are grips there for that. Yeah, that shield, by the way, if you strike him when he does it, he fucking sends you into orbit. At first. Ah, fuck. Double KO. That almost never happens. Those more tactical hold and keyblade with the skill to give our own judge. Yep. That's the way. Fuck. Yep, now he's back turn. Don't know what he tried there, but didn't work. Remember how I said if Leo's on top of you and remember how I said how like, oh yeah, when Leo's on top of you, you shouldn't press buttons? That's why. If Leo's on top of you and his back is turned to you, mashing will usually mean that he does like back turn like 5p or something, and it's like lol, lol, stuck you, lol, and then he kind of eats shit.
We've got a newcomer. Are you ready? Here comes Daredevil. Men, Duel 1. Let's rock.
Yeah, you see what I mean?
Duel 2. Let's rock.
Unit. Yeah, like this is just what happens.
Duel 1. Let's rock.
And then he has the command grab out of it, of course. Yeah, like basically the way like I said, like more or less like if Leo's doing bullshit with his back turn, basically the answer is not the super I should have used there. I should have used punch super because I would have gotten power ups out of it. Yeah, his back turn 5k is a low. Like, Leo's like back turn 5k is a low. So it's like, alright, if you are standing up and he happens to like do the thing, you get hit, and then it's like, well, mix. Yep. Yeah, and then if you try to jump out of it, he'll do like that back. He'll do the back turn. Why does that hit both sides of him? What? Why does that hit both sides of him? I hate this character so much. I can't believe that shit actually hit both sides of him. I could have. If I'd just been blocking a little bit longer, I would have been fine. It's my own fault. I'm just more annoyed at the fact that I just wasn't blocking long enough. But also, why did that hit both sides? What?
We've got a newcomer. Are you ready? Here comes Daredevil. Mankind knew that they... Duel 1. Let's rock.
Yeah, I got hit by that.
Slap. Duel 2. Let's rock.
fun thing about Leo, by the way, is that his DP is the charge move, so you can't force him to fuck it up.
Duel 3. Let's rock.
Yep. Fuck! I'm dead. I hate Leo so much. So the main thing is that like that running slash that he does, where he then seems to get behind me, it is blockable. You have to block. You basically have to block it as a cross up, and I haven't fought him in so long that I keep fucking forgetting that. Which makes everything really annoying. And even if you do, like, you can't just, like, mash after it because, like, you'll get punished. Damn it. Dropped it. Yeah, you see what I mean? That's a low. It's his back turn 5k. Damn it. Did that just high enough that I couldn't quite reach it. And then he has, even when he's not back turned, he has a move that acts as a guard point. That then he can do a little jab and then go into back. It's really annoying. Leo is just like a dickhead to fight. It's very annoying. He's not broken, just aggravating. Like, you see that right there where he did the move? It looks like I hit him and he blocked it and then he jabbed me back. That's the guard point move I was talking about. Ooh. I don't know if this will kill. I would like it to. But of course, Leo has guts out the ass, so that's probably why it didn't kill. To explain what I mean to that briefly, Guilty Gear characters do get some degree of like HP scaling as their like damage scaling that increases as their health gets lower. It depends on the character how that works out in practice, but like there it is again. Goddamn parry, Leo, you dickhead! I hate you so much. So if a character has like a high guts rating, it basically means that as they get to the end of their life bar, they take less damage very frequently. I don't know what Leo's gut scaling is, but if it's high, it would not surprise me that he can like good throw. Yeah, fuck! Alright. There's that again. I didn't do the input correctly for that. Alright. Whew! I don't think it'll kill. Again, Leo has pretty high gut scaling. If Leo had done DP, I would have eaten shit there. But he didn't. I got kind of lucky. Like, if Leo had done DP there, I would have eaten shit. But, Xiapo Shinsho, baby. But he didn't, and you didn't, so you won. Yeah, that's true.
Here comes Daredevil.
Mankind knew that they cannot change. Duel 1. Let's rock.
Yep. Yeah, there's that shit again. Oh god, okay.
Duel 2. Let's rock.
Every time. Uh-huh.
Mankind. Duel 1. Let's rock.
Fucker. Kept him from bursting. I don't know if scaling makes it so this won't kill him, but I would hope not. Okay, thank God. I'm like, I don't know if the scaling is enough that he'll live. What the fuck? Why? What? Like, what the fuck do you mean? I was all the way over there. I stepped forward and I wasn't blocked. That's not the part that I'm annoyed by. I'm just more annoyed that it's like, why does it reach that far? Why? So yeah, like, it's not a question of like I was blocking that, I wasn't. But like, it's just like, why did that reach so far? Like, explain it to me, Arxis. Explain it to me like I am a child, please. I beg you. Yeah, no. Like, there, I'm not upset about that. Jumped in. I jumped in and got hit by that, so I'm not upset by that. Yeah. Leo things.
誰も超えられん親の列
We've got a newcomer. Are you ready?
I don't mind fighting against this Leo. As much as like the Leo matchup annoys me, I need to fight more Leos. So it's what it is.
Duel 1. Let's rock.
Okay, there we go. So that's how we do that. Goes. There we go.
Duel 2. Let's rock.
Fuck me.
Duel 3. Let's rock. Duel 1. Let's rock.
There we go.
Duel 2. Let's rock.
There we go. Finally, I fucking punished him without eating shit.
Duel 1. Let's rock. Slap. Duel 2. Let's rock.
Gotcha! That air dash was too low. Because of how low we did the air dash, it's just like, lol, get fucking yoked! Alright. Maybe one more, because it's already 147.
We've got a newcomer. Are you ready? Here comes Daredevil.
Alright, let's have some fun with organic chemistry and then we're gonna call it, I think, because we've almost been going for 7 hours.
Mankind knew that they cannot change society. So instead of reflecting on themselves, Duel 1. Let's rock. Counter.
Alright. Yeah, okay. Yeah, this Nago is a little scary to approach. Thank you for the GG's.
Duel 2. Let's rock.
I didn't mean to do Chojin.
Slap. Duel 3. Let's rock.
I messed up the timing. Good enough though. So yeah, I was wrong. You can even blow up Nago even if he pops and you block it. He gets fucked. You do not.
Mankind knew that they cannot change society. So, Duel 1. Let's rock.
Yeah, still not enough, unfortunately. Like again, like outside of very specific circumstances, Nagoriyuki, you do not want to pop. You don't. Still, it does not do anything for you.
Duel 1. Let's rock.
character. Basically, the way that Nagoriyuki stops himself from popping is if he hits you with normals, if he waits, or if he lands his command throw, Bloodsucking Universe. Basically, Bloodsucking Universe straight up causes his blood gauge to drain very rapidly. Whereas if he just waits, I probably should use Puffball Super there, because it would have given me cards. Oh, it's okay. Just take damage. Good burst. So basically, like Nagoriyuki using his special moves, doing Nagoriyuki uses his special moves. What are some other conditions? He uses his special moves. He dashes. All of those things add more to his blood gauge. If he lands normals or waits, it gradually reduces because he gets blood. If he lands Bloodsucking Universe, it drains very rapidly. Bloodsucking Universe is a command grab with very short range, but if he lands it, it literally starts like draining his blood gauge at a like very rapid pace, and it's very good for like resetting that pressure when he needs it. The burst. The block. So yeah, like basically Nagoriyuki wants to be very judicious about what special moves he uses and how much he dashes, because if he's not, he accumulates blood. He accumulates blood gauge very quickly, and then pops at 300 units, and then gets his shit pushed in unless the other player is very careless about how they approach. You get fucked up. The main thing, and I was saying this, I was saying this before, but like, the main thing is that the reason why Nagoriyuki wants to keep a good balance is because the higher his blood level gets, the more range some of his normals have, but like, it is very easy to get like, absolutely fucked up.
Duel 1. Let's rock.
Ah, fuck. Yeah, that's fair. Ah, whoops. I need help with that.
Mankind Mute. Duel 1. Let's rock.
Fuck! Right, it's not... Nope. I went straight into overdrive to make sure they couldn't burst. I don't know if it'll kill though. Yeah, there we go. Killed. So the main thing to keep in mind is that if you use an overdrive, not first. Oh yeah, that didn't do that. Got first. So yeah, like the Goryuki's flashes are hitting such big distances because at least right now he has not what I wanted to do there.
Duel 3. Let's rock.
Shut up, Bowler. I know it's 2 o'clock in the morning. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I can't film with that. Yeah.
Duel 1.
Yeah, this Nago is putting me through it. Nah, I'm cooked.
Duel 2. Let's rock.
Here we go.
Duel
Alright.
3.
My time.
Let's rock.
Good bow. Yeah, that was good one on his part. That means that my air approaches are too stale because I got dabbed out. Which means, yeah, too stale. Too stale. Alright. Yeah, we'll hold that there. I'm gonna have to work a little bit, but probably I am at the limit of the things that I can pick up from kind of like going at it for a while. I think I'm at the limit right now because my hands slip a little bit. Wow, this is maybe one of the longest streams I've done just uninterrupted. It's kind of like getting in at it. So, I appreciate y'all coming by. I don't think that I have anyone that we can go raid at this time of night. It's like 2 or 4 in the morning. So, we're going to call a stream here. I think I'm going to go lay down rather than be tempted into doing anything else. Thank y'all for coming by. I appreciate it. Thank you for celebrating Jam Day with me. We might fix on Strive for a little while. I know that normally we try to do rotation stuff for Fighting Friday, but I might, knowing how I feel and knowing how like I want to learn things, there's a pretty good chance that we're probably gonna like grind it out on Strive for a while for Fighting Fridays maybe, or if I'm in the mood I may switch from time to time. We'll see how it is. Thank y'all for coming by. Just some stuff as we're heading out. I have links over there. I'm planning on starting a blog over at Publi instead of NeoCities or Medium, just because Publi, I think I have more control over like the stuff that I get to do there. Stream VODs are over my YouTube, which I'll be reorganizing at some point to actually put them into playlists because I haven't done that in a while. Ko-Fi, if you want to support me in the stream, is over there. Phone, if you want to get gifts for stream, is also over there. My card has my other social media links. Though mostly I'm on Blue Sky via Black Sky. If you want to know more about the worker-owned cooperative for the worker-owned game studio that I helped co-found, it's over. Well, our website is still under some construction. You can go check out our itch page instead, and also hire Arachnovote. Last but not least, if you like all the stuff that you saw here, if you're really chill with that, you enjoy that, that's our Discord. Keep in mind that if you join the Discord, if I don't happen to know you from somewhere else, it may take a little longer for you to get in. But also, please make sure that you read the rules, that you know what's what, you pay attention to them. It's especially important that you read the rules because if you're like new, we need to know that you have actually read the rules, and that is a critical part of how you get in. So that's pretty much all I've got. Thank you all for coming by. Next stream, aside from Fighting Friday, I do Fighting Fridays mostly every Friday at 6 p.m. Eastern time, usually, unless I fall asleep or something like that. The next stream will be Sunday, 6 p.m. Eastern time. We're going to be playing some more custom Robo Battle Revolution. So if you want to watch things that aren't fighting games, I stream that on Sundays. That's pretty much all I've got. Stay safe, wash your hands, wear a mask. If you go outside, be excellent to each other. We're not the bigots, racist, turf, sexist, anti-queer folks, or fascists. Remember, Black Lives Matter. Trans rights are human rights. Reproductive rights are human rights. Palestine, the Congo, New Caledonia, the Sudan must all be free. None of us free till all free. Take care of yourselves. Look out for each other. You don't have to do big things to do that. Just keep abreast of what's going on around you, who's in need around you, and go from there. All right, y'all. I'm out. I'll catch y'all either Friday, next Friday, this upcoming Sunday, or whenever. Remember, jam your cloudberries. Till then, deuces.